sexual anarchy.
This is the Draw live with Justin Freakin.
Yeah, we turned on the YouTube and the podcast and everything. Now we're back to doing the actual news. Here's Chucky Boy Schumer. This is live. He's
thanks Senator Kaine for his
laughing on Capitol Hill.
Resolution, and we're all proud to stand by his side to defend American lives and resources.
Shit looks like it's getting ready to pop off in Minneapolis.
If they want to avoid forever war. The pressure is now on Senate Republicans.
But suspiciously, all the live streams from the AP,
in Venezuela,
Reuters, they all ended about the same time.
Forever war. Patty.
Well, this week the Senate has an opportunity to pass 3 of our funding bills. They were bills that were a product of a lot of hard work and some serious
Senator
negotiations.
Patty Murray.
Was there more that I would have liked to do? Of course. But you don't win anything if you take your ball and go home. The programs that are funded in these bills are meaningful, and because Democrats were at the negotiating table, we were able to protect resources for programs that families rely on.
This is really weird. There were multiple live streams from Minneapolis, and now there aren't.
Bills. We protected funding to prevent violence against women. We honored our commitments to our tribes and our Indian country, and a lot more. These are bills that reject the devastating cuts Trump demanded in his deeply unserious budget he sent to Congress about a year ago. And when just about every secretary came before our Appropriations Committee to advocate for those Trump funding cuts, I made clear to them I plan to rip up his budget and write a new one, and that is exactly what we are doing. Congress has a choice to do our most fundamental job, which is writing and passing these funding bills, or hand the pen over to Donald Trump.
Okay, so the local news cut away because they have a 4 o'clock news. That's what they're taking right now. Well, let's take them live. They're talking about multiple federal prosecutors have quit over the good investigation.
It's a very good question and remains to be seen. Of course, Thompson and those other prosecutors have been so central to so many of those prosecutions. Of course, U.S. Attorney Daniel Rosen will certainly continue those, and you probably continue to see cases popping up here and there, but certainly could have an impact from that end as well.
I know Minnesotans are expecting some accountability. All right, thank you. Somalis in the United States under temporary protected status have now 2 months to leave the country as ordered by the Trump administration this morning. According to a congressional report,
wow.
there are 705 Somalis in the country with TPS. Nearly all Somalis in Minnesota are citizens or legal residents. TPS allows migrants from unstable countries to live and work in the U.S. Somalia was first designated for TPS in 1991 due to a civil war and had been extended ever since under both Democrats and Republicans. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said, quote, temporary means temporary. Country conditions in Somalia have improved to the point that it no longer meets the law's requirement for temporary protected status. CARE Minnesota disagrees.
It sends a dangerous message to even most clear humanitarian protections can be dismantled without regard for the reality. When protections are stripped from Somalis, despite undeniable conditions, the entire TPS program and the framework of it is broken.
DHS says those affected have until March 17th to self-deport, but CARE Minnesota is advising people to talk to an immigration attorney about other possible legal pathways to stay in the U.S. We are learning new information tonight about an encounter between ICE agents and employees at the Richfield Target that happened last week. Multiple people.
Yes, this is the 17-year-old that they pulled out of a Target.
Cameras. Employees can be heard shouting at the federal agents in videos that we've obtained before an agent quickly moves toward one of the employees. Homeland Security says one person was detained because they assaulted an agent, but State Representative Michael Howard, who covers Richfield and who has spoken to both employees, says after their conversation, the 2 people detained say it's not true.
What I would say is folks can believe their own eyes. There's plenty of video that showed these workers violently being arrested. Greg Bavino himself is the one that asked these workers, are you U.S. citizens?
Bovino is the Border Patrol commander. Howard says his understanding is that one of the employees was dropped off in a nearby Walmart parking lot hours later. We'll have much more on this coming up tonight.
Unlawfully detained him and then dropped him off at a Walmart parking lot hours later.
Patrol Minnesota, tense violent clashes are becoming more frequent. 24 hours ago, federal immigration agents deployed tear gas and pepper spray to clear streets in Minneapolis during another anti-ICE demonstration. NBC's Maggie Vespa has more.
Protests here in Minneapolis are definitely escalating. We've witnessed it firsthand. Case in point, this chaotic scene in the middle of a Minneapolis neighborhood yesterday. Our crew witnessing pepper spray, tear gas, flashbangs, all of it as federal officers tried to disperse neighbors and protesters who had just swarmed their vehicles within minutes. And witnesses said it started when federal agents rear-ended a car. Well, new today, the driver, Christian Molina, speaking out to NBC News, saying those officers had been following him, saying they rear-ended him and then asked if he was in the country legally. The father of four, who says he is a U.S. citizen, telling us he was never arrested and he's grateful that his neighbors came out the way they did. We're out to DHS for comment on his story. So far, no response.
As we reported, both Minneapolis and Minnesota are now suing the Trump administration over the latest influx of immigration officers following last week's fatal ICE shooting of Renee Good. The White House calls the lawsuit, quote, a pathetic stunt. And this morning, Trump posted on Truth Social saying, everywhere we go, crime comes down. The president concluded with this in all caps, fear not, great people of Minnesota.
You just murdered somebody on their streets.
Hours ago, dozens of
That's more crime, not less crime.
Park staged a walkout to protest ICE presence here in Minnesota. Sky 11 giving us a bird's eye view of today's demonstration, which did remain peaceful. It is the latest in a growing number of anti-ICE student walkouts all around the state. Right now, we are working to bring you new and trusted information involving ICE in Minnesota, the ongoing raids, the protests, and the fatal ICE shooting of Renee Good. We ask for your patience as these, of course, are developing stories, changing constantly as new details emerge. Know that we are committed to bringing everything to light.
This is their live newscast. This is their 4 o'clock newscast. We're watching.
Stay with KARE 11.
This is KARE 11 out of Minneapolis.
KARE 11 Plus for the latest updates. And then, of course, watch us live coming up today at 5 and 6 o'clock. New tonight, the Minnesota Department of Human Services now appealing a decision by the Trump administration to withhold more than $2 billion in annual Medicaid funding. Last week, Dr. Moment.
Fucking Dr. Oz. The Senate and the House are in session right now. Might take the Senate while I try to find us a live shot from the protests. It is crazy that all the live shots went down. Because the AP was there, Reuters was there. A local station had a feed. And we lost it like right at the top of the hour. But if you're just joining us, the craziest fucking thing is the resignation of 4 federal prosecutors over the probe into the Renee Good shooting.
Mother of 3 was shot and killed in her SUV by an ICE agent. Tonight, Minnesota has now filed a lawsuit to get ICE out of the state. It comes as Homeland Security is now surging hundreds more federal agents into that state. Minneapolis, St. Paul, and the state of Minnesota.
We're about 10 minutes away from 4:20 in the Central Time Zone.
Surge. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey tonight saying, quote, at times there are as many as 50 agents arresting one person. He says the scale is wildly disproportionate and it has nothing to do with keeping people safe, he said. It comes amid rising tensions there after those graphic images that mother of three, Renee Good, behind the wheel of her SUV, the agent shooting 3 times, hitting her in the head, her SUV then accelerating and crashing into parked cars on the side of the street. The Trump administration has defended that agent and says more are now needed. ABC's Faith Abube leading us off tonight. She's in Minneapolis.
Faith Abube.
Tonight, with growing protests in Minneapolis and around the country over ICE agent Jonathan Ross shooting and killing Renee Good, the Department of Homeland Security is responding by surging hundreds more ICE and other federal agents to Minneapolis as operations continue across the city. In a residential neighborhood just blocks from where Renee Good was killed,
Weekdays, good afternoon.
Tear gas today to disperse
Thank you for the resub.
Away from the scene of a car crash involving immigration officers.
This has to stop. It just has to stop.
Today, the state of Minnesota and the Twin Cities of Minneapolis.
Well, it ain't gonna stop.
Announcing they're suing DHS, calling the surge of agents a federal invasion.
We are not asking ICE not to do ICE things. We are asking
the federal
government to stop the unconstitutional conduct that is invading our streets each and every day. You've seen the videos. At times there are as many as 50 agents arresting one person. The scale is wildly disproportionate and has nothing to do with keeping people safe.
In the hours after Renee Good was killed, the Trump administration declared the incident a case of domestic terrorism. Today, the White House press secretary continuing to defend ICE's actions, calling Renee Good a, quote, lunatic.
This administration will continue to stand wholeheartedly by the brave men and women of ICE, including that officer in Minneapolis.
What an
who was
ugly fucking jacket.
Using self-defense.
Looks like a couch.
A lunatic who was part of a group.
I'm surprised JD Vance didn't try to fuck it.
Interject and to impede on law enforcement operations.
Tell me your grandmother didn't have a couch like that. Curiouser, tell me your grandmother didn't have a couch with that pattern on it. That's a grandma couch, is it not? Oh. We are about 8 minutes away from 420.
Absolutely
the Central Time Zone.
Self-defense against a lunatic who was part of a group, an organized group, to interject and to impede on law enforcement operations.
And David, DHS is responding to that lawsuit, saying Minneapolis officials are prioritizing.
Okay, her name is Abube. Abubey. Abube. Faith Abube. So, like, she seems good. She seems like a very good reporter.
Politics over policy. And tonight, Illinois and the city of Chicago also taking their own legal action against DHS for ICE operations in that area. Dave.
Well, that is from last night. It's another one of those fake outs ABC News does with their stories, where the written story has more details. 4 federal prosecutors have resigned over the probe into the Good shooting. The resignations come amid questions about the probe into Good's death. Trump has threatened to denaturalize Somalis convicted of fraud.
We begin tonight.
Are you trying to clean my screen? Oh, here we go. At least 4 federal prosecutors operating out of Minneapolis have resigned out of concerns that the department is focusing on investigating Renee Good for ties to groups that have been protesting or impeding immigration enforcement efforts in Minneapolis. So the feds are actually investigating her and trying to come up with dirt on her. The resignation comes amid growing questions about the nature of the probe into Good's death and the alleged car ramming incident. I did see where they've apparently taken her vehicle out of state quickly. State and local officials have expressed frustration that the FBI is not sharing details of its investigation of the officer who shot Good. Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison told reporters he does not know if the Justice Department Civil Rights Division is involved in the case. So, 4 prosecutors say there is something funky going on with the investigation. DJ Dub said something was popping off in his neighborhood. He had to leave us earlier. This was about the time we lost all the live streams from Minneapolis. So I don't know what to think about this. Byronic, welcome in. No, nobody right now. Mercado Media, Status Coup, none of them are live right now. There are no, I bet that's what it is. They've totally put like an internet blackout or something. But there's no small streamers. The AP was there. Reuters was there. A local Channel 9 St. Paul was there. The local news was there. The AP was there. I think Status Coup was there. Then they've totally blocked everything, haven't they? Oh my God. Okay, I have not been able to verify it yet, but the report out of Venezuela is that 20 guys went in. I once again take this with a grain of salt. This is apparently from one of the witnesses. He was part of the Venezuelan security force. That they came in and there was some sort of sonic weapon that they used on everybody. And everybody started barfing and fell to their knees. And they slaughtered 300 people without, any resistance whatsoever. And they said they had never seen technology like that before. It sounds sussy as shit, but also we apparently have that kind of technology because I have been hearing about it for the last 10 years that we have some sort of supersonic weapon that we can blast people and make them sick. That's the whole Havana syndrome thing. We accuse Russia of working on something like that, but of course we're the ones developing it. So I will try to get the actual first person account. Question marks, welcome in. Everybody can get high? Well, they didn't even really decriminalize it. They just rescheduled it. They dropped it to where we can do medical research on it now. I don't even think the banks can... gradually let them have some weed. We are about a minute and a half from 4:20 in the Central Time Zone. So if you would like to join me, are you going to take a bong rip with me? Here's you're going to take a bong rip with me. She's getting ready. She's in beach mode already, right? You got one more day at work, but you're already in beach mode, right? Oh, well, nice. She's sick, worried, anxious, and excited. All at the same time. We are 1 minute away from 4:20 in the Central Time Zone. And then we will try to go back to coverage of what's happening in Minneapolis. Is there any left in that? Here, we'll hit the bong. We'll take off right. I'll give you the green hit for the 4:20 in the Central Time Zone. $30 seconds. Yeah, we might have to confirm communication with DJ Dub if we can, because everything went down at the same time. About 15 seconds. True, I'm poisoning my cat's minds with bad news all the time. They have to hear the horrors of the world every day. And don't forget, we have a video that my chat is going to love. Coming up later, a cop in Greenville, South Carolina was ambushed. We have video from multiple angles, I think, of the ambush. The aftermath of the car door is insane. Did you see the pictures of it? I don't know if it was a pizza. It was like a shopping center. Are you fucking with me, or did you read the story? Oh, you're talking about... I'm talking about, like, they ambushed the sheriff's department in, like, Greenville, South Carolina. Yeah, people did... Now, this is just normal goings-on in the United States, separate from the ICE siege in Minneapolis. This is normal fuckery. Ponder Monkey. Proud Han. Good to see you. DJ Dub had to go out in the community because something was popping off. I'm going to try to check in with him. Said in the chat. It's a big city. Lenny, welcome in. Okay. Let me see if I can find a live stream. Is Sock sneezing?
But it's a critical number. Those that are already set up, I mean, in recent days, when I wanted to speak to someone, there was no other way, right? So I was only able to reach people who had Starlink.
I think they are talking about
number, but I was learning a lot. Like today, for instance, I was speaking to someone who told me, you know, there's still fire beneath the ashes. There's still protest. You may not see them, you know, not the most recent ones, you know, on TV. They're much harder to send, you know, on video, but they're still there. So from a, you know, to create some transparency about what's happening in this country, Starlink has been really in recent days the only way. Now it seems it was a little bit easier. There was some reconnection today, but as far as the days that I followed the blackout on Thursday,
that you do live in a society.
Really, what was happening in that country.
And Benoit, tell us about how the communication has been for you trying to reach the story and talk to the people inside Iran. How's that been like so far?
Oh, it's wild that they're talking about communication going down in Iran while I currently can't find a live stream from Minneapolis.
The protest in that case, it was several hours very often.
Kind of ironic, isn't it?
So there was that element. Second, there was all the people that I would speak to normally on WhatsApp and, other types of really classical phone lines.
I'm going to go back to
in all the cities that I speak to normally.
And they're coming up on their
like
big
provinces.
newscast.
So the only way was this very select, small number of people who had died. That was the only way I could know what was happening. And what was happening, has become much harder since Thursday night. You had a large number of killings, including people being shot in the back. It happened in a much more limited fashion, especially in the countryside, in the previous days, but it really escalated in the days after the shutdown.
And lastly, how could the bad actors use Starlink? Maybe are they able to track? Okay, who's uploading? Where is this all coming from? When it comes to people trying to get the word out about what's really going on the ground there.
So the thing is, number one, the importance of that service is it doesn't go for the normal conventional, telecom operators in Iran. So it's much harder to track. It's much harder to track the content of what's being delivered out of the country. There are tools that they're using, which is jamming, the satellite signals. But
actor Timothy Busfield has turned himself in
successful. It's never
criminal sexual
so
contact of a minor charge,
even though they're trying to disrupt it. So in a way, a solution from a U.S. policy perspective is probably to try to jam the jammers here.
Apparently, some kids he'd worked with on set accused him of getting a little handsy.
Obviously, such a very, very disturbing reports coming out of
very
Iran
disturbing
for these
reports.
protesters and the amount that could be killed. We are waiting to see what the response could be, if any, from the U.S. But Benoit, thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox, giving us some great insight about the communication levels.
What a goddamn name!
You're very welcome. Thank you.
You take care. All right, everyone. We will take another 2-minute break. We will be following this story for you throughout the evening and in the coming days, no doubt. We'll take a 2-minute break. Be Live Now from Fox.
I am still just like in awe of the fact that I can't get a live stream. We are going to take the local news here. Let's take their in between newscasts at the moment. So this is probably not gonna be live. She got the cats nipped up. Yeah, they're doing like weather right now.
Could see a couple of inches out of this, but the snow showers are going to linger into a good chunk of Friday. It's going to be cold throughout the day on Friday. It takes starting on this weekend. January is back. It's posh. Yes. All right.
So we'll see you again. Have an excellent afternoon, friends.
Scan the code on your screen right. Are you tired of shopping bags
and down and back to a commercial? Everything's on commercial break. Okay. This is live Fox Now. I assume that's a live shot out of Amsterdam, New York, so I guess it's pretty dark up there right now. Dark here? I would love some coffee. You know what? I'm gonna go get some coffee. I can't leave you guys with fucking nothing though. When we come back, we'll watch the ambush of the cops in South Carolina. There's the trial of the officer in Uvalde going on, but that's not the most interesting thing right now. We want to know what's happening in Minneapolis. Is there a cell phone blocker? Avalon, we have lost, it was just a pretty shot. Is it a pretty place? because it looked like it was. Amsterdam, New York. This is Arlington, Virginia. And I think I've driven through Arlington. I've not spent any time there. Something fishy has happened, and it really looked like ICE was getting trigger happy. At the worst case scenario, at the top of the hour, we can take the local news. We lost all the live shots. The AP was there. Reuters was there. I didn't see Mercado Media earlier, but usually they would be there. They're not live right now. Lord, you are a mod now. Send that link again. One A, welcome in. We got some outages reported around Minneapolis. Fire resist. I didn't see Mercado, but they would usually be live around this time. Are you harmless? I mean, I'm not harmless. I might give you a titty slap.
A titty slap! What the? Give me those titties, come on now.
I feel like it's hot garbage most of the time. Albuquerque, New Mexico. That's a pretty shot. Titty slaps are not harmless. Mercado was live earlier, so this is fucking weird. It is fucking weird that unless everybody just decided to take a break before shit got real hot to charge all their batteries and shit. But it would be kind of weird that everybody did it all at once. The AP, Reuters, local, like Channel 9 at a St. Paul.
We have some entertainment news here for you.
I'm gonna go make myself a cup of coffee and I will be back momentarily.
Surrendered to law enforcement in New Mexico after an arrest warrant was issued earlier this month, and prosecutors charged him with child abuse and criminal sexual contact with a minor. Let's go for more on this right now. We go out to TMZ's Branson Quirky joining us here with the developments here in this story.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, this stems from allegations all the way back to 2022, allegedly on the set of The Cleaning Lady. Two boys, the charges are essentially that he allegedly touched these two boys, both being 7 and 8 years old. And he was directing this TV show. And in the details of these allegations, basically it's being alleged that he had touched the boys multiple times between takes in their, quote, private areas. So these are very, very serious allegations. But since this, as we have reported, Timothy Busfield has come out and vehemently denied these allegations and charges, saying that this was a, quote, revenge plot over the fact that these two boys were cut from the finale of the season 2 of this TV show that was being shot, The Cleaning Lady. He's alleging that the mother of these boys had planned this to get back at him for for cutting them from the show, essentially. Now, we have seen that he has turned himself in. There was an arrest warrant that was issued earlier this month, and he has surrendered to New Mexico authorities. And currently, we do have his mugshot on TMZ.com. So far in this mugshot, he looks expressionless, and but he is very much saying that despite turning himself in, he is innocent. And there was investigations done by attorneys. Warner Brothers did an investigation as well, and that investigation found that there was no evidence whatsoever that he had touched two boys during that TV show shoot.
Now, Branson, in his past, there has been other allegations against him. What do we know about this?
There has been a $150,000 defamation case that was settled against him. I can't speak too much to that specifically, but all I can say right now is that he is vehemently denying this, and that this has no truth to it whatsoever. And it's interesting, too, that another attorney has spoken out as well. Her name is Christina McGovern, and she said that she personally has looked at all the evidence, and there's no evidence whatsoever that he was ever even alone with these two boys at any time on this TV show set.
And is there any thinking right now, Branson, that maybe Timothy could potentially in the future file for defamation of character, depending on how this investigation goes?
Absolutely. I mean, look at the allegation here. He's saying that this is a, quote, revenge plot. And if they find evidence, and it looks like they are continuing to investigate this and find if this mother really did orchestrate what he calls a revenge plot, if that's the case, then defamation definitely on the table. But as of right now, we know that his projects, including Law and Order, which is set to air this week, has been shelved because he does make an appearance in that. So for some time, we're probably
they're still talking about this motherfucker?
For a while.
The kid diddler.
Quirky with TMZ, always breaking it down for us. We appreciate the updates all along the way. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Mike.
Take care. All right, everyone. We'll take another 2-minute break, come back with other top stories in just moments.
Wow. Trump will pardon him. Hold on. Let me look at his IMDb. What, Gary Busey, was that his name? This is not his name. I'm sorry, Gary Busey. Timothy Busfield. Let's get the IMDb. You Busey Busfield, come on. You can see how I could do that. Okay, that's Field of Dreams, right? Yeah, I've seen that. I've never seen Revenge of the Nerds, amazingly enough. He's on a Law and Order. Oh, he was in episodes of Entourage. I've seen that. The West Wing. He was Spy Guy in the Lois and Clark, The New Adventures of Superman. So Field of Dreams. He was in an episode of Matlock. He was on Trapper John MD. Oh shit, he had a big role on Trapper John MD. 39 fucking episodes. On Aftermash. Oh, he was in Stripes. Not anybody worth anything in Stripes, but he was in it. I wasn't in Stripes, so who Who might have criticized, right?
Argued the West Virginia law before the Supreme Court today. So we'll be anxiously awaiting what the Supreme Court rules on, how they rule, and what kind of bearings this will have on protection of sports for our girls and women to make it fair and safe for our
Oregon gal. Good evening.
For the next generations.
Agree with everything you just said.
Good afternoon. Is it appropriate for some
This is the Republicans.
that we shouldn't even have
live from the Senate
Thursday on war powers because we don't have troops in Venezuela? Therefore, it's not applicable, and this should be
John Thur
right away.
Is it John? Is it John?
We don't have troops in Venezuela. There is no kinetic action. There are no operations. There are no boots on the ground. And I think the question is whether
Rasso to his right.
There ought to be expedited consideration or privilege accorded to something that's brought to the floor that doesn't reflect what is current reality in Venezuela. And so I think it's very fair for Republicans to question why we ought to be having this discussion right now, particularly at a time when we're trying to do appropriations bills. Obviously, it takes a lot of time on the floor. It's 20 hours, equally divided, an amendment process. And frankly, to me, if you're looking at what the circumstances are in Venezuela today, it was a 2-hour operation. They were on the ground. They were out. It was supporting our law enforcement, and we got Maduro here.
The Nerds franchise is the only thing we're going to be remembered for.
And
not rock and roll music or hamburgers.
There ought to be Congress telling the president
specifically
that he can't do something that he's not doing, and whether that ought to be accorded expedited consideration on the floor of the Senate, I think is a valid question.
Can you say confidently, Leader Thune, can you say confidently that the Justice Department is not being weaponized now that Jay Powell joins the list of Trump critics who are facing a criminal investigation?
I haven't seen charges filed or brought yet. There are allegations out there to which he is responding, but I've said this before, and I think if the Justice Department is pursuing something, I hope they have a smoking gun or something, because I don't think you trifle with the Federal Reserve, with the central bank. It is critical.
And this is also a huge story that
it's critical to our economy.
Not getting enough attention is him threatening Jerome Powell.
What it is, and I think it's hard to comment until we do know what it is. But as I've said before, it better be real and it better be serious.
Leader, do you have any optimism about or inclination to move the Crapo-Cassidy HSA bill through budget reconciliation, or any health care through budget reconciliation?
We reserve that option. We obviously have legislative vehicles available to us that could be used for reconciliation. But as I've said before, you have to have a reason to do it. And so we'll be consulting with our colleagues in the House, with the White House, to determine whether or not there's a rationale for moving forward with another reconciliation bill. Clearly we had a huge reason and rationale for doing it last year, but whether or not that is something that we do this year, it's a tool in our toolbox, it's an option, and like I said, I will reserve comment until we have some opportunity to take a hard look at whether or not there's a legitimate reason for doing it.
Leader Thune, are we looking at another military operation in Iran? And what about the president's 25% tariff now on those countries doing business with Iran? One of them, of course, being China. And we have seen over the last number of months what's happened with trade wars and how they've affected American producers and consumers. Are we on of another trade war with our biggest trading ally, trading partners like China?
I think there's, for me, and I think you probably know, no secret, I'm a bit of a skeptic when it comes to the tariff issues, but I do believe it is a foreign, it's a tool. It's a tool that can be used for a specific purpose. And if it's used in a way selectively, in a targeted way that makes sense, if it's to get something to accomplish an American objective, in some cases it might be reciprocity with another country that hasn't been treating us fairly when it comes to trade. There are circumstances in which those tariffs make sense. But I can't speak specifically. I mean, I don't know what at this point have in mind with respect to Iran, but I think all of us here
apparently there is a protest in Washington, D.C. while I try to get us a live shot out of Minneapolis. Remember, we can take the local Minneapolis news at the top of the hour. It was about 15 minutes. Find out what's going on. This is live from Washington, D.C. Democrats are holding a rally to try to get ICE out for good.
We demand justice. We demand justice and respect for civil rights and the Constitution for everybody in America. Thank you all for being here.
That's, is that Pete Aguilar or whatever the fuck?
ICE out now! ICE out now! ICE out now! Can I tell you one of the frustrating things over the last year or so, as Trump built up his secret police force, as he started deporting Americans overseas, what we saw from some members of the Democratic establishment was, that's inconvenient. We don't like that. That's a loser issue for us. We shouldn't be talking about that. Let's try to ignore it. Now, in one of the worst periods of this moment, as the regime was deporting Americans to a gulag in a foreign country, we saw one senator stand up and say, fuck that. We're not going to accept that. I'm going to go down there. I'm going to get my constituent back, Mr. Abrego Garcia. That senator goes by the name of Senator Chris Van Hollen. Please welcome him. Thank you, Brother Ezra. Thank you, America.
Hello, welcome in.
Thank you to Indivisible and Move On, who have organized this, and to all of you for answering.
We're still trying to get a live stream or word from somebody in Minneapolis right now.
When they're under assault by a lawless president, are we going to make sure that we
This is in Washington, D.C.
Are we going to make sure that we, the people, prevail? You bet we are. That is why all of you are here. And one of the most lawless, one of the most obscene examples of this administration's abuse against the people of this country is what's happening at the Department of Homeland Security and ICE.
I'm older than DHS. That was one of those agencies that was created under the Bush administration post 9/11.
People out into neighborhoods all over the country. These are people like Kristi Noem.
We even said, us leftists at the time, this is probably a bad idea. This could be used in all kinds of horrible ways.
And of course, headed by the liar-in-chief, the lawbreaker-in-chief.
Even called it Homeland. We thought that was odd at the time.
So
I can tell you, I was there.
Not one more dime for Donald Trump's ICE operations.
I think it's what turned people like me leftist.
They break the law. They lied.
It was living through shit like that radicalized me.
I remember when they said, they were going to go after what they called the worst of the worst. They lied. They're going after moms taking their kids to school. They're going after dads bringing their kids home from their after-school activities. They're going after pastors on the eastern shore of Maryland. They're going after small business owners in Frederick, Maryland, and all over the country. They're going after people who have become community leaders, people who are loved and beloved and respected by people in their communities. ICE's own data show that more than 80% of the people they're rounding up pose no public threat, and you know what they did? They decided to get rid of the data. So in addition to breaking the laws, in addition to lying, now we see ICE killing a 37-year-old mom of 3 kids in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And we are here to say, not in our country. We will not let this continue to happen. And we could all see that video with our own eyes. Put your hands up if you saw that video.
We could see exactly what happened with our own eyes. And yet you have Kristi Noem and the vice president and the president trying to gaslight the country, trying to tell people that their own eyes are lying to them. Well, our eyes are not lying to them. What happened was inexcusable, and they need to stop lying about it, and we need to make sure that there's an independent investigation by the state of Minnesota. Just like in each of these cases, we need independent investigations because we're so sorry, but the reality is we cannot trust our own Department of Justice anymore under Pam Bondi. So we're in a hell of a situation. That's why it's important that you're all here, and it's important why you have independent investigations. I can give you an example from my state of Maryland. A few weeks ago on Christmas Eve, there was a vehicle ramming and a shooting. And ICE and the DHS put out their own version of events. Well, then the Anne Arundel County Police conducted their own investigation. And surprise, surprise, it turned out that DHS lied through their teeth, and they had to reverse that.
Surprise, surprise.
Because of the independent investigation. This is why we can no longer, sadly, trust the federal agencies to conduct these investigations. Imagine what would have happened in Minneapolis in Renee Good's case if there had been no video. This is why we want every person in law enforcement, whether they're local police who have cameras or federal law enforcement agencies, they should all be wearing cameras so that we can see exactly what has happened. You know, myself and my office have been working with a mom from the state of Maryland. She lived here 20 years. She has 4 kids. She was snatched off the streets by ICE a couple weeks ago. She asked to be released to be able to visit with her 15-year-old son who was dying of cancer. They said no. Shame.
He died.
He said no. He died the next day. Her son died the next day without being able to say goodbye to his mom, and his mom unable to say goodbye to him. That is the lack of humanity. That is the lack of basic human decency that we're seeing from this administration. And that is why you're all out here. We are now working very hard to make sure that this mom at least is released to go to her son's memorial service. Can we do that together? As Ezra said, you know, this has been going on for way too long, since the earliest days of the Trump administration. And I do remember when I got word that a man by the name of Kilmar Abrego Garcia had been snatched off the streets of Maryland and taken from his wife and kids and deposited in a gulag in El Salvador in violation of his constitutional and due process rights. And it's very true, as Ezra said, there are a lot of folks who said, well, let's not worry about that. But you're all here because you worry about protecting our Constitution. And you worry about protecting our democracy. And that is why I went down there, to make sure that he was alive and that he could come back and at least be in front of the courts of the United States of America. And they continue to engage in a political prosecution against him, and so we need to remain firm and stand up for justice in America. We have an administration that doesn't believe in justice for all. They just believe in justice for their buddies and the people they pardoned who beat police officers bloody on Capitol Hill on January 6th. They have no respect for justice and no respect for the rule of law. That's why you're all here, because you love our country and you want to make sure you protect our democracy and our Constitution. So keep turning up the heat, because you know what melts under heat? Ice melts under heat. So no more funding for the Trump administration.
Did they workshop that slogan?
Operation. Are you with me?
Ice melts under heat.
Thank you, patriots all.
Ice out for good. Ice out for good. Ice out for good. I gotta say, y'all, I got teary-eyed hearing about Senator Van Hollen's constituent son. That is, it is hard to live in this moment, because day after day we see atrocity after atrocity. Some of it's reported, some of it we see on the screen. And how do you maintain?
We are trying to get back live at
it feels like they're
Minneapolis protests.
Like they're not just slowing down, they're ramping up. They're doing more every day. But let me tell you, that assault on us, on our friends, on our community, that doesn't come from a place of strength. That comes from a sense that they are embattled. They are terrified of us. They are terrified of our whistles. Can I hear
this?
Those
last
whistles?
time Mercado was on.
They're terrified of our organizing. They're terrified that we are going to understand something central to this moment, that there are more of us than there are of them. And we can show up at a rally like this, but we need allies. We need allies in Congress who are actually going to fight. And I want to hear from one of those allies in the Senate right now. Are y'all here? Senator Markey, can you come talk to us about the current moment?
Oh, he's going to be coming back on at 3:15. They may just take taking a break. Just
because last week,
all at the same time, recharge their batteries and shit.
Killed Renee Nicole Good, a 37-year-old mother of 3 in Minneapolis. She should be alive today and with her children today. Renee Nicole Good was murdered, plain and simple. And this deadly tragedy is yet another example of law enforcement's excessive use of force. It is yet another example of ICE's lawlessness. It is more evidence that ICE is hurting rather than protecting our communities. President Trump, Vice President Vance, Secretary Noem have all peddled lies about Renee and about the shooting in blatant contradiction of what Americans have seen with their own eyes. This is gaslighting on steroids. It is disgusting. Last week, J.D. Vance said that the ICE thug was just doing his job, murdering a young mother and orphaning her child is not a job. It is a crime. Just yesterday, Trump blamed Renee for her own murder due to her alleged disrespect. When masked federal agents can shoot and kill anyone with impunity solely because their egos are bruised, we must demand accountability. This administration has proved time and time again that it is only interested in vengeance, that it lies, and that it lacks all humanity. Today, 6 federal prosecutors resigned because the Department of Justice wants to investigate Renee's widow rather than Renee's killer. That is a department of injustice. So we must be for a reckoning for Renee and for all victims. who have had their rights violated and their lives brutally taken by the reckless and inhumane actions of the Trump administration. ICE has become the criminals they say they are supposed to be catching. And that is why we must end qualified immunity, which shields law enforcement officers from liability for murder and other wrongdoing. In 2020, I introduced with Congresswoman Ayanna Pressley a bill to do just that in response to the murder of George Floyd. Now, just 5 years later, Renee was murdered mere blocks from where the police murdered George Floyd. Today, I introduce with
she was absolutely assassinated.
Congresswoman
I can
Ayanna
call
Pressley,
it that.
legislation that abolishes qualified immunity, that shields federal law enforcement officers from accountability and gives victims the power to sue. We need a thorough, impartial investigation of Renee Good's murder. We must stop funding DHS and ICE thugs, and we must demand that ICE leave
includes Joe Thompson, the attorney responsible for prosecuting.
This is KARE 11. This is the live local news
Danny Spiewak
out of Minneapolis.
A closer look at what is happening. Danny?
Hey, Julie and Lauren, that's really the big name here. Joe Thompson among the prosecutors.
That was Van Hollen from Maryland silent.
Minnesota. Thompson has been front and center in Feeding Our Future and other fraud prosecutions, not to mention the lawmaker shootings last June and Annunciation Church mass shooting in August. Thompson served as acting U.S. attorney last year and was more recently a first assistant U.S. attorney. The New York Times first reported today that Thompson objected to the Department of Justice's push to investigate the actions of Renee Good's widow, plus the fact that the feds are not allowing the state BCA to participate in the probe. The Office for the U.S. Attorney for Minnesota, led now by Daniel Rosen, has not officially commented, but former U.S. Attorney Tom Heffelfinger says Thompson and these other senior prosecutors would almost certainly have been involved in the
Eric McKetton. Welcome in.
Taking that kind of experience out of your office hurts the ability of the United States Attorney's Office to conduct a serious investigation like this one is.
Meanwhile, NBC News also confirmed today that several leaders in the DOJ's Civil Rights Division are also taking early retirement. In the past, that division typically would have worked with the local U.S. Attorney's Office to investigate use of force cases. So just a lot going on in the DOJ right now, both here and in Washington.
Yeah, kind of hard to overstate what a massive shakeup this is on both levels. Well, we mentioned, of course, that these are several high-profile prosecutors with lots of experience. They were going to be handling the ICE shooting as well as fraud in our state, and this is a big loss as far as that's concerned.
Yeah, we want to bring in our AJ Legault. AJ's reporting has led to some of those cases being prosecuted.
Once again, this is the local news in.
How much does this?
Oh yeah, I'd say yes to this orgy kiosk, even though this dude has a stupid haircut.
In Minnesota today, you're probably doing backflips. And that's because cases are either not going to get prosecuted because
he's probably a bottom.
Digging in and leading the investigations for months are no longer there, or at the very least, you are going to see cases that are seriously delayed because the people with all the knowledge on them are no longer there.
And these are intricate webs. I mean, this takes a long time for every single one of these cases. How long do you think it takes to discover it and take it to trial in some of these fraud cases?
Well, some of the housing stabilization cases were almost like rocket docket, where they started investigating.
You live in sexual
May,
anarchy.
And by November, we were already seeing that there were people pleading guilty in some of these cases, and others. Feeding Our Future has been going on for years. Joe Thompson was, of course, kind of the face and the prosecutor who handled that. Well, guess what? There are Feeding Our Future hearings happening tomorrow morning in federal court. Who's going to be there? We don't know.
And I believe that the lead prosecutor on other key cases, like the Hortmans, things like that, they also resigned. And this may not be the end of it, your reporting tells you?
Yeah, we're hearing that this may not be the end. We know 6 prosecutors have left there. We're hearing there's going to be more.
Oh, we're up to
Harry
6
Jacobs,
now.
who, we've reported has left. He was leading the prosecution into evergreen recovery that the White House, President Trump, were just touting last week, this prosecution. Joe Thompson was kind of the face of the housing stabilization and feeding our future. Melinda Williams, she prosecuted sex trafficker Anton Lazaro, and Thomas Calhoun Lopez. I think this is an interesting point. He prosecuted the dragging case that injured ICE agent Jonathan Ross, the officer who shot and killed Renee
So
Day.
really, some of the most senior, high-profile prosecutors.
Some of their leading trial attorneys, the top prosecutors in this office, are no longer
All
there.
right, we'll have more on that story coming up. But
Resigned in protest of the
fraud.
federal government's
Federal
handling of the
government has said they're
case.
going to withhold about $2 billion in funding to the state of Minnesota because of fraud in our Medicaid programs, and now the state is pushing back.
Yeah, the state pushing back federal Medicaid.
They said it's hard to overstate it, but I feel like they kind of understated it.
Now at the center of this high-stakes dispute between Minnesota and the Trump administration. The head of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Dr. Oz, announced last week in a social media video and post that the federal government would withhold funding from 14 Minnesota Medicaid programs at high risk for fraud and conduct its own audit, saying that the state's corrective plan that they'd ordered and given them a few weeks to do does not go far enough. Today, Minnesota formally appealed that decision. State officials say cutting off that funding would
He's kicking authority in the balls.
healthcare across Minnesota, especially for low-income families and people with disabilities and children.
Unfortunately, CMS's recent decision to withhold Medicaid funds is putting the people whom both agencies are sworn to serve at risk. Minnesota cannot absorb the loss of more than $2 billion in annual funding for these programs without catastrophic consequences for the people we serve.
State officials argue they've already taken significant steps to combat fraud, including halting new providers, ending the Housing Stabilization Services program altogether. Minnesota is now requesting an administrative hearing, calling the threatened federal funding freeze unprecedented. And just here late this afternoon, President Trump said in Detroit that he's cutting off all federal funding to sanctuary states and cities. What funding exactly he's talking about is not clear yet, but this is certainly not the end of this story.
2 massive stories. We appreciate your insight. Thank you, AJ.
Wow.
Mr. Rasky with the live desk. We have more breaking news for you. This is from police in Savage, who say that an arrest has been made in the case of a baby that was found unresponsive at a Savage daycare and later died. That was back in September. The announcement from the city of Savage says that an arrest has been made and that city leaders, prosecutors, and police will hold a press conference tomorrow at 1 p.m.
The city of Savage.
Also includes this picture of the 11-month-old boy who died, named Harvey Mucklebust. Previous search warrant revealed 911 was called twice in 4 days regarding children not breathing at Rocking.
That kid's name was Harvey Mucklebust.
Initial autopsy results found no signs of physical trauma nor common toxins in the boy's system. The final results, though, have not been released publicly.
Somebody did that kid a favor, actually.
Live at 1 p.m. tomorrow. I'll be on KARE 11 Plus and KARE11.com. Big announcement, guys.
All right, thank you, Chris. The Trump administration announced today it is ending temporary protected status for Somalis in the U.S., and the federal operation here is leading to some concern in the
They must be pretty randy in the city of Savage.
this country legally. Heidi Michelle joins us
They
now.
killed a kid named Harvey Mucklebust.
Surprise, President Trump announced his intention to end temporary protected status for Somalis back in November. But today, CARE Minnesota provided legal advice not only around TPS, but anyone holding an I-94 immigration status. As they say, in the past few days, they've heard of ICE agents detaining Somalis who are here legally.
After more than 3 decades, the U.S.
Harvey
Mucklebust designation for temporary protected status.
This program has been a lifeline for many people across this country.
CARE Minnesota Executive Director Jaylani Hussein says it's hard to pinpoint.
Am I the only one that's amused by Harvey Mucklebust?
A national report last year said nationwide there are about 700 Somalis with TPS.
And we're talking about like a dead 2-year-old here, and I'm laughing my ass
Work in
off.
the U.S. Somalia was first designated for TPS in 1991 due to the Civil War and had been
That's one way to be. It's an odd
both
name.
Democrats and Republicans. Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said, quote, temporary means temporary. Country conditions in Somalia have improved to the point that it no longer meets the law's requirement for temporary protected status.
It sends a dangerous message to even most clear humanitarian protections can be dismantled without regard for the reality.
Hussein says they believe this.
I would have loved to see what Harvey Mucklebust grew up to be.
Minnesota.
Some of them
would he be a accountant?
Have I-94s and other refugee statuses being picked up and being taken to Fort Snelling and immediately being sent to Texas and other parts.
Very, very true, Flash.
Warning people
Somebody named Justin Muffins really shouldn't poke fun at names.
To be prepared.
Prepare for that detention, have a plan for your children, have a plan for your finances, have a plan for contacting people, memorize phone numbers.
DHS
I wish my name really was Muffins.
have until March 17th to self-deport. They're offering a free plane ticket and a $1,000 exit bonus. But CARE Minnesota is advising people to not do anything until talking to an immigration attorney about possible other legal pathways to stay in the U.S. Lauren.
Heidi, thank you.
Well, tonight we're hearing from Representative Tom Emmer for the first time about the lawsuit aimed at ending the ICE operation in Minnesota. Here's some of what he said today and more from Attorney General Keith Ellison on why he feels the step is necessary.
We are 10 minutes away from 4:20 in the Mountain Time Zone. Let's talk about, while we've got the chance, and now that Flash is here, I mean, if Flash has not heard about this story, a man ambushed cops in Greenville, South Carolina. We have the footage of the ambush. It is wild. "10 minutes away from 4:20 in the Mountain Time Zone."
We have some breaking news right now here at 6 o'clock. Watch closely here on your screen. The moments an officer's ambush in downtown Greenville. It's the officer's patrol car, the headlights facing us, and the sparks flying there as the suspect's vehicle pulls up and then drives away. Investigators have not yet said exactly what was fired at the officer, but you can see it was significant because that officer is seriously injured, still in the hospital recovering. And take a look at that patrol car. You can see those holes there, the charred remains on that side of that vehicle. The camera there, the side mirror, just melted.
I think that's more than fireworks.
Here, you can see the patrol car. They're facing us. The headlights looking at us here. And again, investigators saying this is the suspect's vehicle driving into that parking lot there, the law enforcement center, early Sunday morning in downtown Greenville. Watch these moments unfold here. Again, patrol car there on the far left of your screen. Headlights facing us. Suspect vehicle driving up slowly here. The officer still sitting there in their patrol car, and this is the moment the suspect then pulls up and fires those shots right into the patrol car. Again, you see the sparks flying. Looks as if it's some sort of fireworks or something, but again, investigators have not said exactly what was fired, but the officer, we understand, able to crawl out of that patrol car. That's when the suspect drives away, and you can see the moments that are left there in that patrol car.
Let me give you, because it's kind of hard to see because of where the chat is.
Patrol car, they're facing us, the headlights looking at us here. And again, investigators saying this is the suspect's vehicle driving into that parking lot there, the law enforcement center, early Sunday morning in downtown Greenville. Watch these moments unfold here. Again, patrol car there on the far left of your screen, headlights facing us, suspect vehicle driving up slowly here. The officer still sitting there in their patrol car, and this is the moment the suspect then pulls up and fires those shots right into the patrol car. Again, you see the sparks flying. Looks as if it's some sort of
wow.
But again, investigators have not said exactly what was fired, but the officer, we understand, able to crawl out of that patrol car. That's when the suspect drives away. You can see the moments that are left there in that patrol car, in that vehicle, those
DJ
holes,
Dub,
and the burnt siding there for that patrol car. We're also getting new video here tonight at 6 o'clock of the man accused of firing those shots at that.
DJ Dub, we have lost like all contact with Minneapolis. The AP, Reuters, nobody is live right now. Mercado's not live. It's insane. So can you give us a report? Yeah, let's go back and watch this. Curiouser, can you see this? This is the attack on a cop
at that patrol car
in Greenville, South Carolina.
The charred remains on that side of that vehicle. The camera there, the side mirror, just melting away. And watch it again here. You can see the patrol car, they're facing us, the headlights looking at us here. And again, investigators saying this is the suspect's vehicle driving into that parking lot there, the law enforcement center, early Sunday morning in downtown Greenville. Watch these moments unfold here. Again, patrol car there on the far left of your screen, headlights facing at us, suspect vehicle driving up slowly here. The officer still sitting there in their patrol car, and this is the moment the suspect then pulls up and fires those shots right into the patrol car. Again, you see the sparks flying. Looks
insane, isn't it?
Investigators have not said exactly what was fired, but the officer, we understand, able to crawl out of that patrol car. That's when the suspect drives away. You can see the moments that are left there in that patrol.
Sports cards, welcome in.
Those holes and the burnt siding there for.
Happy New Year, officer.
We're also getting new video here tonight at 6 o'clock of the man accused of firing those shots at that Greenville police officer. A woman sent us this video.
Flash had a good
walking around her
summary of what it was. Incendiary buckshot.
She says Lane had harassed her daughter, and his threats became more and more violent. Lane is that man accused of shooting that police officer at the law enforcement center. This is what that scene looked like as investigators were getting there, helping that officer.
In video game terms, it's fire rounds.
Officer now recovering. Lane later died by suicide after a chase with deputies. Tonight we have team coverage for you of that ambush. Fox Carolina's Christina Feliciano is.
We are 5 minutes away from 420
here at 6 o'clock. As we're able to see that video for the first time.
420
but first, let's go ahead and go now to our senior investigative reporter, Grace Runkle, for more on that new video and what we've been able to learn today. Grace.
Well, I spoke with a woman who says her daughter has been living in fear the last 2 weeks. That is when she says Lane first started threatening her daughter and others at the apartment complex where they lived. Now, we are only going to be using Lisa's first name to protect her daughter's identity. Lisa says her daughter's security.
Oh, I've totally shown the chat, but again, if you weren't here,
she says
it's kind of hard to. Yeah, there it goes.
And even looked into her daughter's windows.
That is Sun Rock.
He even said he would, quote, shoot up the sheriff's office, then come back and kill Lisa's daughter and.
Oh, wow. I wasn't even paying attention to what all this dude was talking about.
They were contacted and received several
complaints. He looks like a real piece of work.
And they say while Lane's behavior was concerning, it did not warrant an arrest. Lisa says although Lane is no longer a threat, her daughter still feels unsafe.
Well, you're saying you can't judge him by his appearance as he's stalking around, looking into a camera with a fucking shotgun in his hand. Oh, yeah, he had a shotgun in his hand.
Now, this is a map of what we know of Lane's path early Sunday morning. Investigators say he started at the law enforcement center. That's where you just saw video of. And then with caught by deputies off Independence Boulevard. That's where we have it marked seen on the map. And that's essentially across the street from the apartment complex where he and Lisa's daughter lived. Lisa says investigators told her daughter Lane was
the person that blasted the cops.
And the sheriff's office says they coordinated with the apartment complex to provide an off-duty deputy as extra security. That began on January 8th. Just 3 days before Lane attacked the police officer. Grace Runkle, Fox Carolina News.
Grace Runkle? Is that her name?
This evening, Fox Carolina's Christina Feliciano, who joins us live now from the law enforcement.
What was that kid's name? Harvey Mickelbucker or something like that?
What else have you been able to learn today there on scene?
Yeah, Justin, there's lots of moving parts, lots of layers to
yes, what did you say my name?
Things starting right here at the law enforcement center and moving just 10 to 15 minutes away to another location. But one of the biggest developments we learned today was the cause of death for the suspect, David Lane. The coroner's office confirming that he did die by suicide. Now, police, to just back this up, police say that all of this started around 2 a.m. on Sunday when Lane ambushed a Greenville police officer sitting in his patrol car outside this law enforcement headquarters here. And investigators say Lane fired multiple shots, then took off, and the officer was hit, rushed to the hospital. But the good news is he has since been released. We know many of you have reached out to our newsroom.
About a minute and a half until 4:20 in the Mountain Time Zone.
You can find those details on our website. We do know he is actually recovering.
He was going to be a doctor.
And deputies later
I guessed account
and chased him to the parking lot near Independence Boulevard and Roper Mountain Road. And authorities first said there was an exchange of gunfire leading up to Lane's death. But again, the coroner now confirms he shot himself and died at the scene. And Earlier today, I actually spoke with a neighbor nearby that area where the shooting happened, and he mentioned that he saw a sea of blue flashing lights with dozens of deputy vehicles and other law enforcement agencies there after the shooting. He actually saw it right from his doorstep, and he mentioned, crime knows no zip code, but he was
just
actually
under a minute
really
until
surprised
4:20 in
something of
the
this
Mountain Time
magnitude
Zone.
right there by his home.
Gerzer can't wait that long. Says he's still standing. 30 seconds until 4:20. She's singing some Elton John at me. Which is perfectly fine. I like some Elton John. I like his jacket. He's got a jacket on in a fucking TV studio with hot lights on him. It's insane. Why would you do that, man? But it is Minneapolis. 10 seconds until 4:20. Light one up, tip one back. It is not 4:20 for me. My 4:20 was a couple hours ago. I'm trying to be inclusive of everybody across the time zones of America. That tastes so good. See, it's 4:20 for Bonder Monkey. It tastes light and sunny. That's what it tastes like. Like it's citrusy. The Sun Rocks we got yesterday. Oh fuck, that was a good one. I don't know if I can eat it anymore. That one got me good. I just kind of lay the lighter across it. Ooh. Yeah, we got Sun Rocks, which are different than Moon Rocks, apparently. I did not know this until we were presented with the option to get Sun Rocks. I will show. We've got one big ass bud left. Trying to get it to where like it's in focus. That don't work. Yeah, I had to look it up and see what it actually was, but yeah, they're killer. You're just like, yeah. Here, take another hit. Let's do it. I can do it. One more. We get Willie. We'll get Willie Nelson high.
You're Willie Nelson high. You're smoking some of the best dope God ever put breath in.
We need us a live stream from Minneapolis. Yeah, I got plenty of news to go through, though. All kinds of shit's happening. Oh my God. Yeah, Bo goes, it I usually use a grinder, but you know, you gotta grind those up separately because you don't want to get it all up in your grinder. Ain't gonna work right. You're gonna waste that shit, so you gotta break it up by hand. Because I had it all over my fingers. Looks like powdered toast, man.
New numbers out today show inflation.
Once again, this is live with the Minneapolis local news. We're going to try to find us a live stream.
It's still higher than the Fed's 2% target. Consumer prices rose 0.3% in December compared to November. Some welcome news for borrowers, since cooling inflation could make it more
DJ Judd bought back in.
Will cut interest rates later this year.
Amazon plans for its upgrade.
And you're going to waste it. You gum it all up in your grinder, and like all that gumminess is what you're paying extra for.
Memory and remember things about you.
You get stuck in your grinder, you don't get to smoke it. Oh, God.
Just last week, Amazon launched Alexa.com, where users can chat with the assistant, then continue those conversations on other devices. So this is a similar approach Apple is taking with Siri, powered in part by Google's Gemini. We'll be right back.
Hey, Blake Anderson here to tell you about this, the Flash Force Tactical Flashlight. Stick around because I'm going to tell you about this amazing free offer just for our TV audience. Or, if you really can't wait, just scan the code on the screen now to check it out. But let me just tell you how great it is to have the Flash Force. It's literally like no flashlight I've ever had. The white high beam LED is bright, super bright. You can see
Flash Force
1,000 meters away.
I bogarted her lighter. I feel so bad.
Angela Alsobrooks, leading in social action, protecting voting rights, education, economic justice, and housing. Mr. Speaker, to Deltas across the world, I say, Happy Founders Day. I yield back.
I don't give a shit about your fucking sorority.
From Georgia, seek recognition. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Dr. Tim Connolly, an internal medicine physician at
the news is talking about like fucking Trump canceling the CMS, or CMS canceling the Medicaid payments because of the fraud, and then the prosecutors resigning and shit. That has nothing to do with the situation on the ground with the protesters.
Dr. Connolly embodies that calling through his commitment to patient care and medical education. In addition to serving patients, he plays a vital role as the Associate Program Director for Memorial's Internal Medicine Residency Program, helping train the next generation of physicians.
They ain't even talking about anything relevant.
Leadership shapes young doctors who...
We've got Nazis marching through our fucking streets. That Democrat you just saw, I don't even know what her name is. She was talking about fucking sororities Founders Day. This motherfucker's over here talking about
speaks not only to his
some dude getting married to
the trust and respect that he has earned from colleagues and patients alike. We thank Dr. Connolly for his compassion, for his professionalism, and his
what is going on
to healing others. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, we have a president who is corrupt,
yes,
and craven to the core.
Thank you.
A president who has declared war on American cities and flooded the streets with untrained, unqualified, and unidentified.
Yes. That's the shit you should be talking about, not the Founders Day or goddamn sorority.
Wearing masks, without warrants, without body cams, targeting people based on their race or the sound of their voice, and detaining people without cause. That is not law enforcement. That is lawlessness. And the result is a tragedy. Renee Good, dead. And in the days since, no remorse and no accountability from the White House. Instead, the president doubled down, and more agents and more confrontation. It is violence they want to happen. With no apologies and no shame, far from it. In fact, they want more. This is not normal, and it is not right. We must stand united against this illegal and immoral agenda. History is watching. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the president.
Wow, personalities towards the
Gentleman from
president.
Kentucky seek recognition.
Let's cover what happened earlier in Minneapolis and why I want to go back to live shots of what's going on now. Hopefully we will get live shots shortly.
Got a Honduran here. We're trying to get status.
Got a Honduran here.
Open the door and break the window. On 1, 2. I'm gonna break it. Open the door.
Tig Fang, welcome in. Who else snuck in here on me? There's somebody else. What the fuck? Jezebel.
Hey, go one way or the other. Don't go both ways. Back up, back up.
It was insane.
Back up. Tough guy. People ask you. Back up. Hey, back up. I told you once. Back up. Back up. Back up, sir. Back up. Back up. Back up. Give him your hat! Give him your hat! Now! Give him your hat! Give him your hat! We're not going anywhere! Just don't go any farther. Okay. Stay back. Back up. Back up. You caught it. Back it up. Don't you understand? Stay back. Get your mask off.
I mean, I'm not okay with the government kidnapping people in the streets. It's kind of not cool in my book. Whoa, what?
Everybody step back. Get back. Get back. Stay back. Stay back. Stay back. What did he do to you? Stay back. What did he do to you? Hey, stay back. Do not put your vehicle in here. Get back. I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting. Hey, I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting.
Nobody didn't do anything.
I'm not resisting.
Nobody did.
I'm not resisting.
Fucking cowards are here.
Back up. I'm not resisting.
A bunch of cowards are here.
Leave him alone. Put your arm behind your back. Hey, my girlfriend's right behind you. Give us a phone number. My girlfriend's right behind me. Once you guys get him in, let's get him into Victor 3, okay? I'm going to.
And they're documenting all this. He's got a camera.
Get him up, get him to pass down. Get up. Put him in the vehicle. You do what? All right, we're good. Pick up his leg. Back up, you guys. Y'all some fucking bitches.
I mean, what criminals are you talking about, man? We have a Fourth Amendment for a reason. Our founders were actually really smart when it came to that. Unfortunately, we just forgot what it meant.
Sorry? I'm sorry, I cannot hear you. I'm in the middle of a raid. I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
Just me. Welcome in. They've been using the videos for propaganda. On the other side, though, we have people like Robbie Roadsteamer. A man, you may recognize him. He was in a giraffe suit. He was arrested for his protest.
We're not the radical Antifa left. This is Coachella.
This is Coachella. Yeah.
Your lunch break is over. You guys have been. Sky was all purple. There was tear gas everywhere. Trying to run from my destruction. You know I didn't even care. They say when Trump's out of office, all the ice will be identified.
Laws are made to be enforced. What kind of bootlicker shit is that?
Party like we're already melting the ice.
He's kicking authority in the balls.
Solo.
Oh, he could have said Coachella.
Pull him over.
That's a possibility. I mean, I guess I'm a criminal. I'm from Appalachia, man. Like, NASCAR was born from us, like, telling the cops to suck our balls. And we were running moonshine and shit, you know, which was illegal. Country was founded by a bunch of thugs. So we don't want to pay tax on this goddamn shitty bars of tea. I'm just me. I was just getting ready to say my grandfather was forced to work in the mines by the National Guard. Got called in on as they were standing up to unionize. Wow.
Right
Can we get him a water?
Who's got water? Splash his face.
What the fuck?
Oh, here. Here, splash his face.
Do you want us to call an ambulance for you, buddy? No. Are you sure?
I don't think you know what natural selection means, and I don't know what you mean by entitlement. Here's what I believe, and it's that there are God-given rights, and some of those rights are like freedom of movement.
Sorry that it happened, but goddamn.
No government should be able to tell me where I can and cannot live. That's an absurd proposition. You can't tell a human where they can and cannot live. There was an ICE agent that rear-ended someone. That's why the protest broke out.
Observers, please. Are you like back?
That bonus really worth all this? That bonus really worth selling y'all souls?
Did they give you the plate carrier?
Bonus? Who's blocking the road on a one-way? On a one-way street? Get the out of your car! Tear gassing a neighborhood! People live here!
Then I took another left, and that's when they hit my car. For no, I mean.
It happened right here.
Yeah, it happened right here, just right. But I got out of my car first. I was like, "What the fuck you want?" I was like, "Leave me alone. I'm a citizen. You know, what the heck is your problem?" It's not safe out here. It's not safe. You know, people aren't safe. So just, I mean, I'm glad they didn't shoot me or something, because you know, what if?
Craigs, welcome in.
You know what I mean? They had guns, but.
Did they pull them out during the interaction?
No, he didn't. No. You know, you got no reason to pull me over like that. First of all, they're not cops. They're not police officers. He didn't even run my plates. You know, they saw me going back to the side and then started chasing me for no reason.
Being shot is literally not natural selection. Natural selection means natural. Not being shot, like literally. God damn it.
How's your cardio?
I knew you could run, buddy. I knew you could run.
You guys should be so ashamed of yourself. What would your mom think?
You way off federal property now, boys. You ain't got no authority here.
You guys should be so ashamed of
Get up. Stand the up. Stand up. Hey, now, you got a car. You proud of what you're doing, Are you proud of what you're doing? Are you proud of what you're doing?
The Darwin Awards means when people do stupid shit and remove themselves from the gene pool because of their stupidity. A cop killing you is not that. So you calling other people brain dead is hilarious. In New York, protesters are calling for the release of a city council member that was detained. No, a city council employee was detained by ICE.
Rallying outside the field office of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, nearly a quarter of the city council spoke out after the detention of one of their staff members, Rafael Andres Rubio Bejorquez.
You imagine the privilege that that person still carries, even as an immigrant, working for the city council.
Okay, Bogos. You're very dedicated to law and order. So you agree that Donald Trump should not be our president, correct? He has broken many laws, literally a convicted felon. I await your answer, please. Tell me. Bagheera was actually well-meaning and likes us. We haven't seen Bagheera in a little bit. I think Bagheera was well-meaning. Bogos, come on. Donald Trump shouldn't be our president because you believe in law and order. Is this correct? Yes or no? Do you agree with that statement? Because I give a shit a lot more about the president being a goddamn fraudster and pedophile than I do about some dude that's doing drywall in Minneapolis. Do not disturb is off. Phone lines are open. Okay, cool. I think that being in this country illegally is a civil offense, the equivalent of jaywalking. Donald Trump being our president while being a convicted felon is a much bigger problem, don't you think? So if I concede to you that, okay, being in the country illegally is a problem, if we're talking about matters of law and order, the president actually committing treason against the country, kind of a much bigger issue than some dude that's doing drywall under the table down the street because he doesn't have a real social security number. Wouldn't you agree? Because that's the problem with the right-wing talking points, is they want you to believe that all immigrants are rapists and murderers and shit. But in reality, it's the dude that's doing drywall, mowing grass, shit like that. Good, hard-working people trying to make it in capitalism, and you're wanting to hold them down. Did you literally just cut and paste the same fucking... What? Hold on. Do you know some of the? So apparently, like the chat on screen is fucking up here a little bit. Let me go back here. Do you know some of the first people I've arrested in Minneapolis were child abusers who had warrants out for them since like 2004, 2008? Are you going to defend those people? Donald Trump is a pedophile. If you are upset about child abusers, our president being a child abuser is a much bigger problem than some guy in Minneapolis you had an arrest warrant out for him. If he had an arrest warrant out for him, first of all, I can't verify your story. I don't know what you're talking about. Did you arrest some cops? There's a lot of child predators and cops, churches, shit like that. I'm priorities, my friend. If we agree that crime is bad, then shouldn't we set an example and start with the most powerful person probably on the planet, which was the president, who did all the things you're telling me to worry about immigrants doing? I'm talking about a matter of law and order. If you care about laws, then you should start at the very fucking top. Well, first of all, I don't give a shit about borders. I'm very much a libertarian in that sense, and that I don't think the government has a right to tell anybody where they can live. So, as a matter of principle, I mean, you're not going to win me over on this one. I especially don't think we should be wasting millions upon millions of our tax dollars to try to round people up. That is an absurd proposition, Nazi-ass shit, and you should be shamed for believing that. So don't come in here and be like, it's like Trump says crime is bad. What the, like, fucking Trump is a criminal. Okay, you don't think everyone associated with Epstein is a child predator. Cool, but Trump was. Trump absolutely is. This is proven beyond a shadow of a doubt. Multiple accusations. Multiple women. An adjudicated rapist, a convicted fraudster, can't operate charities because he scammed military vets and kids' cancer charities. But you're telling me I should be worried about some immigrant that's doing drywall down the street. You're telling me we should spend hundreds of millions of dollars of our taxpayer money to round people up because you're scared of brown people. That's what you're telling me. Man, that's not a winning argument. And sir, like, normies aren't falling for that. Jesus Christ, man. Like, why? How in the world did right-wing media get you so riled up about immigration? Like, brother, immigrants have had nothing but a positive impact on my life. Good night, DJ Dub. Oh, I'm sorry. If you want me to move on, I can move on. You don't have to leave because of me. No, they're not, Bogos. They're not. They're not prioritizing criminals. That's what Obama and Biden did. They actually... if you like deportation as a matter of policy, Biden and Obama both did it better than Trump. Buddy, okay, why are you talking about immigrants when you have proof that the president came here and abused a child? Come on. Don't tell me you give a shit about crime if you're going to let the most powerful motherfucker on the planet do it. Yeah, they've directed resources away from child trafficking investigations and directed them into immigration enforcement. That's a very good point. They redirected people that were working on child trafficking to combing the Epstein files to making sure that Trump's name wasn't mentioned in them. Like, it's insane. You're a low information voter, you're ignorant, and they take advantage of you. It's sad. The ICE Out for Good protest is ended. Once again, there's a city council member in New York that was or a city council member, a city council employee. There, I got it right. It says city council member right now, but I think they correct it. A city council member, but I think it's an employee of city council, not a member of the city council. It's a distinction. Was detained by ICE. There's a rally to free them.
Outside the field office of U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, nearly a quarter of the city council spoke out after the detention of one of their staff members, Rafael Andres Rubio Bejorquez.
You imagine the privilege that that person still carries, even as an immigrant, working for the city council, working for the city of New York, and they were still disappeared. Imagine the hundreds of thousands that disappear overnight without a warning.
In the past week, we saw an American citizen shot and killed by ICE. In the past week, we saw a government employee kidnapped by ICE. This is all of our problem. Instead of Republicans funding healthcare, they are funding a secret police force.
So we are demanding that you free our neighbors and you abolish ICE.
But the Department of Homeland Security says Rubio Bejorquez overstayed a 2017 tourist visa and has an arrest for assault on his record, though DHS would not answer a
He overstayed a tourist visa.
Or convicted of that.
My God, what a crime.
This particular staffer was granted temporary protected status and was authorized to work legally in the United States until October of 2026.
Yes, you keep saying we should arrest criminals, and I keep pointing out the president is a fucking criminal.
Speak to the arrest claim, but noted that getting hired by the city council means you have to pass a rigorous background check.
On the scale of things that are relevant in your life, the president being a criminal is much more significant
from inside the federal courts show that his
little lowly immigrant that has no
so
power.
Whatever happened with
see
this
what I'm
arrest
saying?
that Homeland Security is alleging to have taken place for assault really could be a subject for this court hearing when and if it happens.
Who am I defending, my friend?
Live at City.
You're the one defending a criminal. Why are you in my chat talking about immigrants and not the president? Do you see what I'm saying? Priorities, friend. Trump, a very powerful man, abused children. Why is that not the only thing you're talking about? Why are you talking to me about immigrants? Do you know what immigrants have done in my life? Made me good food. He's the one breaking laws, my friend. We're not going to have laws if you don't arrest Trump. What is that so hard to understand? Well, once again, I explained to you, I don't think a government can tell a human being where they can and cannot be. But if you want to use the law argument, being in the country illegally is like a civil offense. Most people that are here illegally overstayed their visa. The dude that you just saw overstayed a tourist visa. That's not a significant crime. The President of the United States of America abused children and continues to use his office to enrich himself and commit fraud against the American people. That's a real fucking issue, unlike your imaginary issue of all these immigrants. Do you see what I'm talking about? Trump is ripping us off in the tens of millions, hundreds of millions, perhaps billions. He's literally a billionaire now. Did you know that Trump was never really a billionaire before? He always overinflated his worth. He was never worth that much. Shit, at one point in time, a court ruled that he was probably encumbered by debt and worth negative $300 million. But now he legitimately is a billionaire because of dumb fucks like you. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, you're just ranting. Me. I believe in freedom. America is about freedom. This is a country of immigrants. I'm a white person. I have literally no fucking claim to this country whatsoever. It is not my place or your place at all to tell anyone else that they can't come here. Ever. In no way, shape, or form. That is my stance. Brother, yeah, what about fucking like, I have no idea. Some dude existed that sold meth and molested a kid. But, buddy, the President of the United States molested multiple kids. Was part of an international pedophile ring, a finance ring that has fucking all kinds of intrigue. Probably Israeli spies and shit involved. Don't you want to know more about that? But you're in here fucking being, like, is it racism? Is it that you don't like brown people? What is it? Why are you constantly talking about immigrants? Are you saying that one person who was here illegally selling meth and molesting a kid means every fucking migrant is a horrible person? Because, brother, man, like, shit. I can show you preacher after preacher after preacher after preacher after preacher that molested kids. I can show you Trump molested kids. Does that mean all white people are bad? Like, the point, you're not making the point that you think you're making. Your fear-mongering doesn't work on us because we're not stupid-ass right-wingers. Yeah, ICE agent after ICE agent after ICE. Fucking Trump pardoned child molesters. Why are you not upset about that?
It should be noted that ICE has its own investigation parallel to any FBI probe.
Well, I mean, it's the Troll Patrol. That's the name of my show, so
has not yet
trolls are absolutely welcome.
In his office. Joy.
Yeah, a lot of repercussions. Thank you, Danny. Tonight, more than $2 billion a year in federal Medicaid.
This is the 6 o'clock news out of Minneapolis. We're live with it right now.
Today, Minnesota formally appealed the decision of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services to withhold government funding from 14 Minnesota Medicare programs.
Well, you keep saying you're not a Trump supporter, but you're in here talking about how bad immigrants are. Like, what does that make you sound like? A stupid fucking Trump supporter.
Minnesota's plan to fight fraud doesn't go far enough.
I'm far more concerned about my president being a pedo than I am some random migrant that might be living somewhere, you know?
CMS's recent decision to withhold Medicaid funds is
it's weird that you aren't.
Agencies are sworn
your priorities are not in order.
Minnesota cannot absorb the loss of more than $2 billion in annual funding for these programs without catastrophic consequences for the people.
And how hard is it to understand that I don't give a shit?
Last month about a potential funding.
You don't care about crime if you're going to let the most powerful person in the world get away with it. If you're not in the street demanding he be Mussolini'd, then I don't give a shit what you have to say about crime, because you clearly do not care.
Champlin. Police are investigating a murder and attempted suicide involving an infant. It happened on the 1900 block.
I'm not misrepresenting anything. Bogos, would you like to have a discussion with me? My phone line is open, 917-830-4359. I mean, why should I give a shit about immigration? Why are you coming in my chat being like, immigrants are bad? Like, how many times do I have to explain to you? Oh, it's the kid. It's the kid.
Savage. Last September, you might recall, 11-month-old Harvey Mickelbust was found
Harvey Mickelbust
at the daycare.
That is Harvey Mickelbust.
Just days before his first birthday. According to documents, investigators uncovered other disturbing incidents involving infants at that daycare just days prior, including a baby girl throwing up a blood-like.
We're about 15 minutes away from 420 in the specific time zone.
Tomorrow afternoon, where they're expected to share more information. Well, today, House Majority Whip Tom Emmer, representing our 6th district, is calling out state leaders who filed a civil lawsuit to stop ICE activity in the state. Take a listen.
Minnesota's so-called leaders, like Governor Tim Walz, Attorney General Keith Ellison, and Mayor Jacob Fry, would rather go to war with the Trump administration than get criminal, illegal aliens out of our communities and expose the fraud that's been allowed to run rampant on their watch. Once again, the Democrats have shown their true colors. Look no further than their ridiculous lawsuit yesterday. They're choosing to protect horrific criminals over law-abiding Minnesotans, and they're using your taxpayer dollars to do it.
Well, St. Paul Mayor Kali Thur, who also filed suit, appeared on CNN to argue the legal action is not meant to stop federal agents from working within their legal limits.
It is the fact that they are not complying with the
Brother, are you too stupid to understand that, like, we do not care
accountable. They are terrible
about immigration, like in terms of things that affect us in our lives? Immigration is way the fuck down here.
Protected status must now.
Not only do we not care about your stupid immigration laws,
administration this morning,
we are pro-immigrant. We actually want them here
in the country with temporary protected status.
No. You don't care about crime.
U.S. citizens, according
because you're not bitching about Trump, who has committed way worse crimes than any fucking immigrant.
Designated for TPS.
You're in here talking about immigrants, but Trump, way worse. You see what we're saying? You see?
Department of Homeland Security.
I do actually cheer on cops being killed. Absolutely 100%.
Conditions and
we're part of the Christopher Durner Appreciation Society.
For temporary protected status.
It sends a dangerous message to even most clear humanitarian protection.
Without Antifa, I am trying.
From Somalis.
Antifa super soldier. I love it. I love your name. Welcome in, friend.
Is broken.
There you hear the spokesperson for CARE Minnesota.
Dropping some facts in the chat.
Those affected have until March 17th to self-deport, but CARE Minnesota is advising people to talk to an immigration attorney about possible other legal pathways to stay. Well, more students.
We're about 10 minutes away from
protesting ICE's presence here.
420 on the specific time zone.
Oakland Park, as students marched and chanted this afternoon.
Why are you not understanding, Bogos? Terry, welcome in.
As well. Well, in just 10 days, a coalition of Minnesota faith, community, and labor groups say they are planning.
Why is immigration the thing you're talking about?
Third, the groups say they're encouraging.
You think immigrants are the biggest problem in your life?
A day of truth and
that you have to come into my chat and just hammer home this point
by avoiding shopping or going to work. They say
No. Actually, it's the opposite. I don't give a shit about Trump. He just stands in our way at the moment. I actually care about health care and workers' rights and raising the wages of people. I want to get people unionized so that they make more money and get better benefits at work. Buddy, like, do you know what that's called? That is a logical fallacy when you're like, oh, if an illegal raped your kid, do you know who's more likely to rape my kid? A cop or a priest, a preacher, a gym teacher. Those are the people who are more likely to rape my kid than just some rando immigrant. But right-wing propaganda has rotted your goddamn brain. Do you understand?
Now, food shelves are too. In the last week and a half, food shelves say that people are becoming more afraid to come in.
Yes, you are more likely to rape my kid than
that they served 90,000 people last year. That is the most that the private nonprofit has ever done.
Well, nobody is likely to rape my kid because I do not have a kid to be.
They now, though, are facing uncertainty once again with funding. On Friday, the USDA announced
But if I did,
that they would be pausing federal funding, citing fraud concerns following the Feeding Our Future case that we have been reporting on for years. These executive directors say that they are pivoting to try and meet the needs of their communities right now, as this is a really complicated and nuanced situation. They're hoping that they'll learn more information tomorrow.
Straight ahead on Carolina.
Brother, like
purple and gold.
Right wingers astound me. Call in and have a conversation with me, my friend.
To become the youngest member of Team USA's.
You say it's like talking to a wall. Call in and have a conversation with me. We'll walk you through it real slowly. 917-830-4359. It's in the chat. You can, if you're more technologically savvy, you can hop in the Discord. No, I'm not. I don't like to ban people. This is called the Troll Patrol. We welcome trolls, but I would prefer, like, I don't want you to have ill will here. What evil hatred? That's insane that you would think that I have evil hatred. To me, from my perspective, you're the evil hatred one. You're coming in here trying to, like, label all migrants as rapists and meth dealers and shit. Do you see? I'm taking a specific case of a pedophile who is currently the president of the United States. Did I say the only crimes that matter are the crimes of Trump? That's called a straw man argument. You create a straw man and attack it instead of actually engaging with what I'm saying to you. Instead, I was comparing the crimes of Trump, which are far worse than any rando immigrant that you can bring up. Do you understand, or are you too stupid to get it?
Do you think we're stupid? You think we're fools?
If there are 10 criminal immigrants on one trolley track and one billionaire who follows the law, quote unquote, on the other track, I am turning that handle to the billionaire and then breaking it off so nobody can change it back. Now, to be fair, I don't know that Bogos is aligned with the Republican Party. He keeps saying he's not a Trump supporter. But I'm like, you're in here touting one of Trump's main policies, so we're led to believe you're at least sympathetic to Trump, right? Yeah, that's what right-wingers are always like, I'm not a right-winger. I just tell it like it is. I came up in the school of hard knocks. We're about 5 minutes away from 420 on the Pacific Coast. I have some Sun Rocks in the bowl ready to go. Seriously, like, Trump has always given me the willies. I thought it was funny he would go on like Dave, and Dave would make jokes about his stupid fucking hair and shit. That was always fun. But like he never seemed like a trustworthy guy. Mr. Maynard. A little under 5 minutes until 4:20 on the Pacific Coast. I'm sad you think I'm full of hatred, Bogos. I don't hate anybody. Well, I mean, if you're gonna hate somebody, Trump is probably the person to hate, right? I mean, he's a pedophile. The Pacific Coast. That is one of the problems with our low information voting base here in America, is that some people saw him as the boss on The Apprentice and not as the pedophile con man that he actually is. He loves the poorly educated. We're about 3 minutes from 4:20 on the Pacific Coast. Bogos, I'm sad that you wouldn't call in, and actually I would have a calm conversation with you. I have converted people that have called in. That's actually happened on this show. I've been doing this long enough that we've had one or two. Avalon Stardew Valley was like the free game on PlayStation Plus, and my ass forgot to turn my PlayStation like 2 or 3 months ago, and I forgot to turn it on and get it. I was kicking myself. I was like, I'll probably play that sometime. I should have turned it on because I try to like game the system. If I'm not playing online games with friends, I'll turn on the PlayStation Plus and try to get two months worth of the free games, and then turn it off again, and then wait until the end of the next month and turn it back on to try to get as many free games I can get with as few a month subscribed as I can. Try to get all the free games, but only be subscribed for like 8 months. Flo, you might be right on that. We're about a minute and a half away from 4:20 on the Pacific Coast. We're gonna get a little high. I got some sun rocks ready to go. Yeah, I hate to say it, but we're probably going to send some people to some re-education camps. I highly recommend trying to fuck streaming services out of as much as you can. 30 seconds until 4:20 in the specific time zone. Till 20 seconds. If you are going to smoke with me, get your accoutrements ready. I yelled for her to come in here when the cat got out. Elemental. Here, let me go grab Maynard so she can hit this. Oh, you got him? Of course, Byronic. We'll pretend it's 420 for Byronic here in a little bit. B-Ree! Thank you for the resub. Maynard is giving her, what, 4 right now? Yeah, Curiouser picked Maynard up. Brought him in here. He ain't happy about it. You gonna take him in there with you? Let him roam around for a bit? You should wave in front of the camera at Cricks. Wave twice. Yes. I did not wave. I'm too high to wave. Crick said hi, cutie. Oh, you're making her blush. Oh my god. Now she's leaving. Okay. You taking my cat with you? Okay. Maynard and Curious are leaving. Now we're up to 6 federal prosecutors have resigned.
Involved in the federal prosecution of Vance Belter, the man charged in last summer's lawmaker shootings here in Minnesota. Well, Minnesota is appealing a decision by the Trump administration to withhold more than $2 billion in annual Medicaid funding for the state. Dr. Mehmet Oz, the administrator for the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, alleges Minnesota failed to take actions that fight fraud.
Yeah, we totally should, Flash.
Program. Minnesota's Medicaid director refutes that and calls the action unprecedented. Well, a Minnesota Vikings star with a history of legal problems has been arrested again. According to court records, wide receiver Jordan Addison was arrested in Florida yesterday for allegedly trespassing at the Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino in Tampa. In a statement on X,
I mean, who hasn't?
Agent said they are reviewing the viability.
If you haven't trespassed at a Hard Rock, who are you?
And that they are confident Mr. Addison will be exonerated. Addison was suspended 3 games this past season for an arrest in July of 2020.
Are he still an active player?
On suspicion of DUI.
Kamradsky. Exactly. It's not a real crime.
President Bill Clinton could soon be facing contempt charges. And we're gathering new information about the ICE takedown of Target workers in the Twin Cities. Before we...
Yeah, Hillary and Bill refusing to testify. I'm of 2 minds of that. Like, I can see why they wouldn't, but also, like, why not? If you've got nothing to hide. Go ahead and testify. Hillary is good at testifying. But they make the wrong moves. Clinton has made the wrong move multiple times. Let's go to Andrew Mercado with Mercado Media. They're back live from Minneapolis. We finally have us a live shot. Status Quo's live.
Nazi! 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 Nazi, motherfucker!
Yep, Flash, that's exactly right. Should have been like, yep, I was there with my good friends Jeff and Don.
Do you like when Trump helps you?
So why are these federal agents just out marching in the street to begin with?
How do you justify my
Oh yeah, you weren't real police, huh, you mustache cop?
We have a bill of rights.
Yeah, Minnesota is sued to get them to leave the city.
You're wearing the wrong flag on your face, you fucking Nazi!
How do you justify?
Shame, 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 shame. Leslie, welcome in.
See if they drop some retreating balls.
Cowards! If you're not ashamed, show your faces!
The federal agents are now retreating. It seemed like they went and just marched around because this is where they were when we started watching earlier and we lost all the live streams. It seems that they just went and did like a march around and they've returned and now they're retreating back out from public and back into this is the federal building right there. They surrounded it by fencing and concrete barriers. Yeah, what a waste of taxpayer money this is.
Lauren, talk to us! Try non-violent confrontation!
A waste of resources.
Not one of you will explain yourself!
Yeah, this is what you have in this country instead of healthcare and housing. You get a police state that brutalizes you.
Are you proud that people call you? Stop! No! Are you proud? What do you tell you?
I wouldn't work for ICE because you don't even get the bonus until you're like 5 years in. I looked at it to see how fast you could get it. Like if it was like 6 months, I was like, oh, I could go wait that out. You get like a disbursement in 2 years. And in 2 years, and you get the final lump sum.
I got you.
At the end.
I saw because I was shadowing you. Thank you, bro. Yeah, I got you, bro. I got you. Yeah. I was trying to just get you out of there because they were just shooting you.
Yeah, they just.
Yeah, they were just opening up on you. I know. I was watching.
Yeah, we saw it all day when we had the stream earlier.
Wow, so that was shrapnel from the flashbacks.
Yeah, Avalon, I would assume a lot of us have had that same thought.
Oh wow, yeah. You can see right here. There's a hole from the shrapnel.
Yeah, it was about this size of like a.
But yeah, Status Quo, Ricardo Media is on the scene. That's who we're with, but Status Quo, good people too. Zon, welcome in.
Have you seen any reason for this sort of response?
No, not one bit. We were just protesting peacefully, yelling nothing but, fuck ICE, because they're violating the law. We're not protesting.
I think bad language should be
Excuse me, y'all. Excuse me.
Yes. Oh, for me.
Hey.
I'm a high school teacher. I've been calling you all day.
Oh, thank you.
Hear my background. She's school.
Oh, heck yeah. Hey, keep doing what you're doing too. Thank you for teaching kids. All right, buddy.
Stop attacking my neighbors! Stop murdering my neighbors! Get the fuck out! Get the fuck out!
Flash is devious.
So if you guys missed it, they came out. I think they were doing targeted detainments, or I don't know. They came out heavy and absolutely flashbang the shit out of everybody.
God damn. Flashbangs?
So that sucked, but beyond that, everybody's regrouped and now back at the protest.
Sociotolo. I didn't tell you good evening earlier. Welcome in.
I gotta get hearing aid. I gotta get plugs in. Gotta have some hearing. I gotta have some hearing aids or something. Some plugs. I got the going in the background now. I got that tinnitus going bad now. So I'm gonna have to get me some good ear pro. Yeah, I need ear pro for sure. Starting tomorrow. Yeah, y'all don't have to worry about me. It's fine. I just gotta make sure I get the shot and not get disoriented by the noises. Try loop earplugs. You said I got what Nick got? Okay, I guess we're even then. There you go. It's all even now. Thank you, Scared Liberal. You can't believe your eyes. Well, you best believe them. You best start believing them. The third time you've seen Merc step in to help. Thank you, Kitterbox. Yeah, I can go to the military surplus and get some good ear pro. I'm gonna need it, dude. That shit is like it's not like in video games. Okay, if you like ever use a flashbang in Battlefield or like Call of Duty or something, it's like just like a loud noise and just a flash. That's it, like quick flash. It's not even, and it just destroys your ears basically. Just a loud eardrum demon. Military surplus. This cat broke as fuck. Dang, I can't go support my local military surplus. Dang, that's messed up. I don't know what chat you're from. We support small businesses here. That's crazy. And veterans too. Shout out to vets. W veterans. We can get W veterans in the chat. Dang, dude. What's up, buddy? How you doing? Oh, just recovering from the bangs. Hot. Yeah, I mean, not really. No tear gas, just flashbangs. So. Just some booms, loud booms and ear ringing. Yeah, you too, buddy. You too, bro.
My neighbors, motherfuckers!
Yeah, I re-chat. I can't during the daytime when we're doing the actual like what's happening because of these protests are because of what ICE is doing, and like we're covering both. Okay, we're covering what ICE is doing in the Twin Cities during the daytime, and I appreciate all of your guys' support and during those streams. But I mean, you guys got to realize we're like every single one of us are locked in. We're hyper focused, and it's tough to like do social media in person things during that time and YouTuber stuff. But I appreciate everybody that is supporting during that time period. I appreciate
following you for a long time.
Hell yeah.
Your time in Ukraine and everything too.
For sure, bro.
And you provide such great news.
Thanks, bro. Appreciate that so much. I will, bro. Thank you so much. Another 2,800, or is that an addition? So we had 1,000 yesterday, so now we're gonna have 2,800 more. I haven't seen the dad and son come out yet. No. I'm gonna ask John here if they've seen him when I can. Let's go over here a little bit. More of the crowd over here. So again, we're at the Henry Whipple building in the Fort Snelling unincorporated area. There's Fort Snelling, you got obviously the federal building there, so you got military, you got feds, and then the county sheriff covers down for like local policing.
That's what I thought this was, bro. I was trying to grab a slow one. I didn't say that part. That's what I'm thinking.
They are grabbing random people though, like all day long. You got Bovino. It's crazy work, chat, what is happening in the Twin Cities, you guys. Anybody not talking about what's happening in the Twin Cities is sus to me on either side. And I'm seeing, and actually, you know what? I'm gonna give credit. There's a lot of actual like conservatives, not like grifter influencers, but like, you know, some comedians, you know, not maybe they don't have the biggest platforms or whatever, but they've been speaking out against this. GG's on that. But anyone talking about some like Iran, some Jerome Powell, like that shit does not matter. It matters for someone, but it shouldn't matter for Americans right now.
Maybe next time I just won't. I think if you're like, if you spread like that, they bring.
Oh no, the Treasury. What about federal agents, masked agents patrolling your city streets, murdering people, and then tear gassing your neighborhood if like you go out there to be like, what are you doing here? Shame, and then they like tear gas you.
Well, I don't know. It's just like I thought I was doing like a shade or something.
Hey, if there's other right-wing media sources, I don't care, as long as they're honest, and there is some actually out here. There's a couple actually, they do exactly what I do. They might have right-wing opinions, and they might even support ICE. But as long as they're not fucking with the protesters and like starting fights with women and then making themselves the story, it doesn't matter. They're gonna do the film, and as long as the individuals that are right-wing, or even if they support ICE, if they're out here just filming and standing, there's nothing wrong with that.
There's been a shit ton of right-wing agitators.
You can disagree with them, obviously, but they have a right to film. As long as they're not going beyond that, then nobody's calling that journalism either. If you like do agitation propaganda. But there are actual like.
Unfortunately, the right-wing does call it journalism.
All they do is stand there and stream. They might have commentary to their chat just like I do. No, I'm not defending conservatives. I'm just saying that they have a First Amendment right to do what I'm doing too. But I think it goes beyond the First Amendment and your freedom of speech when you do things like we've seen, like fighting the protesters and like causing fights to happen and then crying about it on Fox News and then making yourself the victim, the story. I don't think that's crisis actor behavior.
I respect it, but
I can confirm out of any right-wing streamer out here right now, they are not a crisis actor. They are out here, they're getting gassed like I am. We're getting flashbang together. Fuck it, you know what I mean? Sucks they support what they support, but at the end of the day, they have the freedom to come here and see what's going on too. At least they're getting tear gas too, you know? They're getting flashbang too.
Let's ask the question. Is it legal to follow ICE agents?
9 hours by ICE yesterday is sharing his story with Fox 9. Corin Hoggard talked with a Woodbury man and the interactions, revealing that agents arrested the man for following them. Corin joining us live in Woodbury right now.
Corin Hoggard?
So, take us back a little bit. How did this all start? What happened?
Simone, Ryan Eklund tells us that he had just dropped off a kid at school. He had headed over to the grocery store to pick up some things when he noticed pretty clearly an ICE vehicle that was just kind of patrolling in the parking lot there. And so he started following them from a safe distance, recording them as well. They eventually noticed him and they had 3 interactions with him. The first one, they kind of boxed him into a parking space. They came up to him. It was kind of a, hey, how are you? But they were photographing his face and his car. And then the second interaction, they stopped him and came up there and said, this is your one warning. If you keep following us, we're going to arrest you. And he said, I'm allowed to follow you and record you, so I'm going to keep doing it. And then the third interaction, they actually followed through on that threat.
You've been warned that you continue to follow us and you're breaking a lot of...
Oh, no. Hell no. Nope.
We warned you, sir.
Nope.
Big Ben.
One of those ICE agents went into the back seat, gave me a chokehold around the driver's headrest, unbuckled my seatbelt from behind me in my car.
Highly unconstitutional what he's describing.
Street, put me in cuffs and put me in an unmarked van. And
Okay, Corin, so then what happened from there?
Well, Simone, first off, you might have noticed in that soundbite there that he's got a scuffed up face and he's got a black eye, and he says that all happened right here in Woodbury at this location when the ICE agents forced him to the ground and kind of moved him around with their knees on him, etc. From there, he went over.
I wish Soros would start paying me
for a little over 9 hours. He said he was kept in a cell that was specifically for male American citizens when he was first.
Yeah, we're in like the
by the end
37, 38 part already. We've been speed running it.
Says at a certain point, a couple hours in, he told them that he wanted to make a phone call, that it was his right to make. They allowed him to do that, so he called his wife. She got an attorney, and they believe that's the reason he was actually released last night, although it still took another 6 or 7 hours before he was released.
6, 7?
It was
really?
That attorney talked to some folks and was like, this is an unlawful detainment. And eventually they allowed him to leave without any charges, which means they didn't actually arrest him. They only detained him.
And since you just said unlawful detainment there, Corin, people might have this sort of policy question.
Cornhusker.
Are people legally allowed to follow ICE agents?
Yes, Simone, well, ICE will tell you that they're not. In fact, they were in court today here in Minnesota arguing that following them is illegal. They said that people who follow them are typically summoning other people to come and interfere with their duties, and that's why they believe it should be illegal. Constitutional scholars, I talked to a couple, said that's absolutely wrong. Following and recording are constitutionally protected activities, but the judge here hasn't ruled yet. A judge has ruled, a federal district court judge has ruled that ICE previously at least had an unconstitutional policy that it's illegal to record them, that it's actually unlawful civil unrest to record them, and that it's a threat to officers to record them. The judge found that is unconstitutional. We did reach out to ICE, tried to ask them about this incident that happened right here, as well as their policies on following and recording, but they have not gotten back to us.
All right, we'll continue to ask all the questions. Corin Hoggard reporting live tonight in Woodbury. Thank you, Corin.
We will. Corn hugger. Ah, shit. This was earlier today in Minneapolis. Some of the video from protesters facing off with ICE agents. I think this is close to where Renee Good
right now, as you have more and more agents
was murdered
in the neighborhood right now, and as they swell into the neighborhood, you have more people concerned about how this goes. So, Jonathan, you come this direction. We're gonna try to stay close to each other here. Now, you see the agents; they're trying to move some of their cars through this crowd. And as they try to move this car through the crowd, what you notice is some of the people are standing in their way, right? And so that is part of the conversation that's happening here. You hear the whistles in the background? These are the protesters who are using the whistles to alert not only the neighborhood, but beyond that, you can see the fact that people are actually showing up now. More people are showing up here than before. Watch your step, Jonathan. So as we do this, you think about the icy conditions here and the fact that now the streets have been blocked. Park Avenue here in Minneapolis is blocked probably 3 or 4 different blocks. You have neighbors in their cars. You have ICE agents in their cars. And no one's going anywhere because all this is sort of happening right here in the middle street. And on top of that, you have these arguments that are happening between these agents and the people in the crowd. We've had to explain to a couple folks every now and then that, we're with the press, but at the same time, you want to stay out of the operational ways here because, and you can hear the crowd now saying ICE out now. So this is what you've been hearing over and over when it comes to, so when you've been hearing people sort of scream that they want ICE out. And as they scream this, they're swearing toward these agents. So it won't be a surprise if we see more pepper ball spray or anything else. We have more agents coming our direction right now. Look this way here. You see as they come up the street here. So you got more ICE agents coming this direction and Border Patrol. And as they surge this area, they're telling people to get out the street. And this is part of what happens. You can hear people say you're impeding. So they're having these mini phases.
Yeah, Minnesotans are very used to cold weather. Shelly, welcome in.
How they're going to get all these cars out of this area, and that's what's happening here as these people swell.
Shit is popping off in Portland as well as in LA,
and you hear this playing out with all these cars here on the street. It's unreal how this is played out here on East 34th Street and Park Avenue here in Minneapolis.
This was earlier today in Minneapolis.
So you're just not sure what the goal is. All right, so as we walk through the crowd, I'm looking for someone who might feel comfortable talking to us again, because obviously there's a lot of anger here and people are upset. So I'm going to try to work this out in a different way. At the end of time, you can tell they may use some more irritant again because they're getting their hands ready. And it's obviously something that's upsetting people. Do you mind if I ask you a question? What brought you here for this?
All right, this is my neighborhood.
And what's your thought on what you're seeing right now?
ICE needs to get the fuck out. Yeah, I want
leftist, get the fuck out.
My neighbors.
Are you scared about?
No, not you, leftist.
Absolutely.
I was repeating what she said. I wasn't telling you to get the fuck out.
We're all scared.
I was welcoming you in.
It's crazy. It's fucking crazy.
And a block over, they're firing.
Here they are descending on protesters.
Disperse. Yeah. As we. Shame!
Shame.
That initial hit of the pepper ball.
Yeah, he is coughing from the pepper ball.
When it hits you with the full stream of wind, it is very strong. These agents obviously are trying to get their way out of here. And the only way to do it, they thought at least, was to clear the crowd using the pepper balls. And it is effective. And once it gets in your lungs, you cough, and it's hard to sort of stay breathing and talking at the same time. But we're following this. We're going to continue to follow. We're going to continue to follow this, and at the same time, what you see here is now that the traffic's blocked up and no one knows where to go. It's just a continuous sort of circle as people are following these ICE agents and Border Patrol, no matter where they go. One of the initial cars that detained somebody has already left here. They were able to get that car out of here. Not sure what that person did or did not do. And now they've circled back to the same point where they initially dispersed the pepper ball. I will tell you, I saw an agent also get hit with the pepper ball as well. So you can tell sometimes where they're aiming doesn't sort of make sense. So we're going to walk this direction together here. So we're seeing this guy give a sort of a circle motion, maybe saying they're going to round this up at some point. As we walk here, I just want to sort of get back to this central point here to see what happens as we talk to people. So the crowd is back to screaming, "Ice out now, ice out now." And you can feel the fact that these people are angry, they are loud, and the ICE agents are sort of backing away. And at this point, they're following them. So now they're going to get ready to fire the pepper balls again. So this is just continuous and nonstop. And we want to thank you guys for watching us. In fact, I think as they set up this perimeter, we're going to wait 10 more seconds here because I don't know how they make it back to their car with this crowd surging toward them. So I don't want to leave you guys until we know what's going to happen. You see people have actually taken the kneeling position here in front of these officers. This is the most aggressive part of this demonstration that we've seen so far. Outside of that physical contact, the last few days have been really peaceful here in terms of what's been going on, and now you have this. So this has just been sort of amazing to watch, and then you have some people who obviously are pressing in closer toward these agents, and now they're trying to clear this scene again. So I'm not sure where this heads, because every time they try to get into their car, they get closer. And as we sit here and watching, there's definitely a part of the crowd here who's making sure they don't pass that physical barrier with these officers. But they are loud and they are angry. I'm sure when they get in this car, there we go. They're firing the flashbangs again. I knew that was going to happen. Oh, okay. And now they're using heavier flashbangs to disperse the crowd. And I knew when those agents tried to get in their car, this was going to take another turn. So we have people slamming their hands into the car. We have people who are sort of, yep. And we're back at it again. So now they're throwing snowballs. We have ICE agents who are getting out of their car and are very angry, and they're trying to respond to some of these protesters who are now throwing snowballs. They're banging on the thing. Jonathan, come back this way for a quick second. So Jonathan's my longtime photographer here at CNN. He's been around a long time, so he's been used to situations like this. But as you look at this camera, they're not only dispersing the agent, they are firing back towards some of the folks. Some of these protesters now have started to throw snowballs and other things. Oh, and they
ran ICE off again.
Some of these agents out of the way. And so now this is at the point where they're trying to cover the tear
This was
gas
earlier today in Minneapolis.
So explode. So this scene has
near where Renee Good was murdered.
We'll talk to you in the near future.
We're going to go back live. This is Status Quo is on the scene. They're interviewing people.
I have been out here for weeks in the cold. We've had multiple injuries on our team. Our cameraman has medical bills, and you can go to statusquo.com/join for just $5 a month and support our work. Keep us live and keep us not just live, but try to keep us healthy. And I'm looking at my cameraman right now, John, who has multiple injuries. I just landed today, and I'm just a little banged up from the flashbangs. My ears
needs to be cold piss
a little bit. I think it finally replaced the whistles. So
warm piss is too good for them.
We have a kind of a quiet moment. Oh.
It appears that federal agents have retreated for the night. It seemed like they were going to be out in full force trying to make a show of it, but they basically did just a march around this federal building and then retreated back in. Fuck Donald Trump. Fuck Donald Trump.
Well,
we do have other news to cover at some point in time, but Kind of want to get a feel for what is going on. This is Mercado Media. Different angle, the same protest. ASCU over there somewhere.
And I think that it would be excellent. People would understand.
This is what's going on currently on the Senate floor. This is Chip Roy.
20-year-old citizen of Guatemala was convicted for possessing obscene material of a minor and filming child porn. In my home state of Texas, a criminal illegal alien from Mexico was convicted for aggravated assault of a family.
And we wonder where Bogos got it from.
In New York, a criminal illegal alien from Jamaica was convicted for burglary. A criminal illegal alien from Mexico was convicted for burglary. And a criminal illegal alien from El Salvador was convicted for false imprisonment and battery. Now, that was just yesterday. Now, let's look real quick at the worst of the worst from 2025 generally, not just yesterday. In Louisiana, a sexual predator, an illegal alien from Honduras, whose criminal history includes active warrants for 394 counts of pornography involving juveniles and 2 counts of sexual abuse of an animal. In Kansas, a violent criminal illegal alien from Mexico was sentenced to 20 years in prison for 1 count of forcible assault on a federal officer after he violently punched an ICE officer and attempted to strangle the officer with his own badge cord.
Well, that sounds awesome.
In Virginia, an Afghan national who entered the United States under Joe Biden's, quote, Operation Allies Welcome, provided support to the Islamic State of Iraq and Syria, and his father is a commander of a militia group in Afghanistan. In Nebraska, an illegal alien from Honduras and a leader of MS-13, also known as Phantasma, wanted in his home country for a quadruple homicide.
Phantasma.
Charged with firearms charges in Honduras, he allegedly bribed his way out of jail and illegally entered the United States. In Houston, a criminal illegal alien from El Salvador, whose criminal history includes convictions for sexual assault of a child under 17, multiple DUIs, child fondling, and illegally re-entering the United States, already previously. When ICE conducted an enforcement operation in November to arrest him, he brutally beat an ICE officer with a metal coffee cup, causing a severe laceration to the officer's mouth and burn
That's awesome.
to the officer's face. Now, where are my Democratic colleagues concerned about the ICE officer who put his life on the line?
He beat him with a big dumb cup.
Has a laceration across his face because he's trying to stop murderers and rapists and child pornographers from being on American streets. In my home state of Texas, Jose Alfredo Zeta, a criminal illegal alien from Mexico, operated a dental clinic and performed dental procedures on patients despite not having a license for more than 20 years. His clinic was uncovered after one of his former patients reported he was convicted of Dentistry Act violation and indecent assault. Another criminal illegal alien and his family members ran a sex trafficking operation where they would approach women and girls, some as young as 14, and lure them to the United States under promises of jobs. That's all these people right here. That's these people right here. A criminal illegal alien from Vietnam, convicted 25 times for crimes: possession, controlled substance, second-degree robbery, cruelty toward the elderly, arson, property.
This is live on the House floor right now.
I could go on and on. Those are the people that ICE are trying to get off of our streets. And here's the question. This is what I want to open up for conversation. My good friend from Pennsylvania, Scott Perry, a great American, somebody I'm proud to serve with here in this Congress, proud to serve in the House Freedom Caucus. And I'd like to yield some time in colloquy with my friend from Pennsylvania about how he views
We're going to go, this happened earlier today in Downey, California. Agents clashed with residents in the Downey area of California.
Over in Downey, as residents surround and confront Border Patrol agents detaining 2 landscapers. Fox 11's Gina Silva live with new details. Gina.
That's right. This is the neighborhood where residents sprang into action on Saturday morning. I'll make it very clear they did not interfere with an operation, but they did make their presence known and their objections.
Don't tell them nothing! ICE! ICE is here!
When Downey resident Victor Correa saw Border Patrol agents attempting to detain 2 local landscapers on Saturday morning, he began shouting, alerting the entire neighborhood.
Hey, how would you like it if we came to your neighborhood? I live right here. My daughter lives right there, bro. Don't point that gun on me. I'm not doing nothing.
Waking up and seeing ice in your front yard is tough, and so I wanted to make sure that I, made as much noise as possible to bring attention to the situation. And
Dime tu nombre.
Other residents came outside and began urging the agents to leave the landscapers alone.
Hey guys, just leave him alone. Hey, you guys, they live right here, man. Just leave them. Just leave them, you. That's right.
that's something that I just can't stand for. I grew up in this city for 38 years, and I've never had to worry about carrying identification. I mean, who wants to live like that? That's not the America that I was taught.
All over the country, stops like these are being captured on camera.
What country? Was you born here? Was you born here, ma'am?
Do you have an ID on you, ma'am?
I don't need an ID to walk around in my city.
Supreme Court rulings have given Border Patrol and ICE authority to stop and question people as long as the encounters are constitutional and there is no excessive force.
If they engage in tactics such as going up and tackling people without speaking to them first, that's a violation of the United States Constitution.
Civil rights attorney James DeSimone says if you are a U.S. citizen, clearly state that to the agents and repeat it if necessary, but you are not required to answer additional questions. If you are not a U.S. citizen, he advises carrying documentation.
People who are at risk, naturalized citizens, people who might have some sort of an act.
That's insane.
Does it make sense?
Carry your papers on you.
That are telling their parents, walk around with your passports? Yes. Even if they're naturalized United States citizens, because you don't want to be detained by these guys because the conditions of confinement are so horrific.
Back in Downey, Victor Correa says agents never ask the landscapers for documentation and try to put them in their vehicles. One reportedly has a green card, the other a work permit. Neighbors believe their intervention made all the difference.
I just get a lot of people telling me that they're proud of me, but I didn't do anything that my parents didn't teach me to do. And I'm just proud of my community for coming together.
The two landscapers were back at work today and incredibly grateful to this Downey community. Now, Victor Correa says if you want to help, you can certainly do so. You can start recording any encounter that you come across. Make sure you voice your concerns, but do not interfere. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
So, Gina, with those agents that were there, did they have a convoy of agents with them, or was it just one or two vehicles?
Convoy.
There were two vehicles, and it looked as if there were 4 to 5 agents that were here.
All right. Well, people are documenting that everywhere. Thank you.
So that was Downey, California. We're going to go to Santa Ana, California, where protesters also clashed with police. Several were injured.
Friends say an anti-ICE protester is severely injured after a federal agent shot them in the face with a non-lethal munition.
KTLA 5's Orange County Bureau Chief Chip Yost is live in Santa Ana with all the details. Hi, Chip.
Yeah, hello there. Yeah, here in Santa Ana on Friday, there were some anti-ICE protests like there were in other parts of the country over that Minnesota shooting. But after many of the protesters left, a small group did stay behind and got in a clash with some officers. And during that clash, it appears one of the protesters may have suffered a serious injury. Outside a federal building in Santa Ana Friday evening, protesters were seen lighting an American flag on fire. At least some of the protesters were associated with Dare to Struggle, a far-left activist group inspired in part by Chinese communist dictator Mao Zedong. At some point later, the protesters found themselves in a confrontation with what look like federal officers. As one protester gets dragged away, a second one, who is seen near that burning flag earlier, runs up and appears to get struck in the face by a less lethal munition fired by an officer. As that person is dragged away, blood is clearly visible on their face. Tuesday, Dare to Struggle held a news conference about what happened.
God damn!
Jones was that first protester seen being arrested in the earlier video, but Jones did not want to answer questions about what led up to that arrest. However, another member did read a statement that the group said was written by the injured protester from their hospital bed.
I had to get surgery on my eye. I was told that my tear duct was destroyed. My lower eyelid was so messed up that they needed to take skin from my temples to repair it. My eye had sunken, the globe ruptured, and flaps of my eye barely holding on.
We did reach out to the Department of Homeland Security for a comment on this, but have not heard back as of yet. For now, reporting here in Santa Ana, I'm Chip Yost, KTLA 5 News.
I'm glad they didn't show it. One of the other news stations had the picture of the young lady. No, it's a man. It was a man that was shot in the face. Ugh, I'm looking at it right now. Ugh. We're going to New Jersey, where eyewitnesses are describing a raid in Morristown.
Morristown over the weekend resulted in the arrest of several people. And you're about to hear from two women who are U.S. citizens who found themselves in the middle of that raid.
That's where we begin with New Jersey reporter Tony Yates live in Morristown. Tony.
Well, you know what, David and Liz, it's like that old saying all over again. It's deja vu all over again, because there are families here in Morristown who are not sending their kids to school. There are parents here in Morristown who are not showing up for work, who are not out running errands. Home has now become a safe sanctuary for these families while ICE agents are in town conducting those raids. The fear here is absolutely real. In fact, those two women that we spoke to who were holed up in that church, they asked us not to reveal their identities because they were afraid.
Look at the streets, they're empty. That day, church got canceled. The ones that we got to church, they said stay here because it's unsafe if you go back to Speedwell.
It was a day when ICE agents quietly swept into an area in the heart of the Hispanic community here. Sunday morning, when people's guards are at least relaxed, agents hit a laundromat. These ladies say they spoke to a relative of one of the people who was taken.
And he came Sunday morning to do his laundry. And then his cousin told me he was taken. He was just cleaning his clothes when he was taken. A lot of people were taken.
Including, they say, the father of a 6-year-old girl, the child left alone on the street until adults who saw her stepped in.
My sister said, do you need any help? And then she said, my dad was taken. Her dad was taken by immigration, and they left the little girl by herself. She was stranded. They took the dad and left the little girl. That was horrible for her to see that.
In the middle of the target zone sits St. Margaret Catholic Church, where that Sunday, the priests, during a packed mass, were warned of the raid happening at that moment and did what they could to protect those in their congregation.
The majority of our parishioners has papers.
Leftists, we talked about this last night, and Flash made an excellent point. It is probably going to be a good old boy ends up shooting a federal agent. It'll be ICE, and they were thinking they were IRS or some other kind of a Fed that was there, and then MAGA will turn on him, call him a radical leftist. But yeah, it's probably going to happen soon.
We have followed every legal steps. We have come to this country in the legal way, but we are afraid. We are afraid to.
But I mean, that's why they're not focusing on Texas or Arizona right now.
And
isn't it kind of wild that the places that they're going to enforce immigration laws are Minneapolis and LA and not Texas and Arizona?
And being mistreated. And that's what is going on in our minds. And this is not only in our minds, but this is what is going on in this community.
Judy Ashworth has lived in Morristown for decades.
This whole ICE business, it's so cruel, I think, so sadistic. And
they're in
so
New Jersey.
Scary. What is happening? It's terrifying. I think it's terrifying. You know, they're masked up, they have guns, they're not afraid to use them. It's horrifying. And it really is very reminiscent of what happened to Nazi Germany.
And those two women that we spoke to said that they cut their power walk short today because they realized that one of them forgot to bring along her U.S. passport. They say that is how afraid they are that they have to go around carrying their documents to prove that they are U.S. citizens. Now, we are hearing that there is supposed to be a protest against ICE here at 6 o'clock here in Morristown outside the Hyatt Hotel. For now, we're live here in Morristown. Tony Yates, Channel 7 Eyewitness News.
We covered a protest that happened in D.C. earlier today. This protest happened Sunday in Memphis. It's another area where federal agents have been deployed. It's a red state, but a blue city.
Move! 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 Move!
Tennessee Highway Patrol releasing this video to say that they did not injure a protester. Apparently, just a small portion of the video is making the rounds.
Move! Move! Move!
He did swing on the front of the dude's car.
Move!
And then pop right back up.
Come here!
Wow. New dash cam footage we just got from Tennessee Highway Patrol this morning. It shows the moment ICE.
You can be my GOP mommy. Look at her. She's totally GOP.
Protester blocked traffic during those protests on Summer Avenue Sunday. Now, Fox 13 told you the state troopers moved in as protesters shut down traffic on Summer Avenue. You can see a woman.
Oh my God, dystopian. Wait a minute, hold on. That might be some independent journalist or something. And that's their watermark. I thought it was it says Blaze Wood. I thought it was sponsored or something. Blackwood News. Okay, they're crediting the organization. I thought this was some sponsored segment from the news organization, which it is. It's headline sponsored by Ashley Furniture down here.
In one of the videos, banging on a patrol car. Moments later, an officer detains her as protesters surround the vehicle, chanting, "Let her go." The arrest affidavit shows that this woman, Rebecca Leathers, was arrested for repeatedly hitting the officer's car. She's also charged with disorderly conduct and several other charges. State troopers say that no trooper ran over or hit anyone, despite, quote, narratives circulating on social media.
I can say they did not hit or run over anyone. He did just swing on what do you call that? A hood, a grill, fuck, I don't even know. Front winch. Not a media winch, a front winch. A brush guard. A ram bar. Push bars. This is video of ICE in Minneapolis spraying a crowd earlier today. Might be a different angle. Yeah, this is a different angle from. Oh, it's 420 in Alaska. I was not aware of that, Elemental. Allow me. Fly one up, tip one back. This is the reverse angle of the video that we were watching earlier, the CNN reporter. Warlord, welcome in. Where you been? We've been watching all kinds of chaos.
Get the out of here!
No embedding. Throwing snowballs at federal agents. Uh-oh. He's got his gun drawn. Shooting pepper balls at their feet. The crowd ran them off.
Good for you.
Good for you.
Don't move. Put your hands in your pocket. Get your hands in your pocket. You gotta move. Get out of the way.
I don't pose.
Wow, you saw him spray him right in the fucking face. Well, what is that orange stuff? Is that pepper spray? Right in the fucking face. I think this was also earlier today, but it could have been yesterday. As they raided, I think it was yesterday, they raided a home in Minneapolis here.
Get back, get back, get back, get back. Get back. Very good, very good. Get back, get back. Very good. Keep moving, keep moving. Keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. Come on. Stay back, stay back.
The neighborhood not putting up with it, giving them what for as they try to detain these two men. Mr. Spronk, welcome in. So is it 420 in Alaska? I don't want to leave friends out in Alaska. Coming up in 30 seconds. Byronic, are you ready to go? Did you get yours yet?
No, please.
I believe you were waiting on delivery. Feels weird to cut away from such dystopian bullshit on our streets to be like, oh, let's smoke weed to some Rastafarian music. Some reggae music. I guess Rastafarian is more of a state of mind. A spiritual practice. Buy one up, dip one back. It's 420 for the fucking Inuits. I bet you do get all the chud ads. Gold and colloidal silver. pocket knives, Black Rival coffee. If you're just joining us, we've covered this story multiple times tonight, but this is kind of big. This is a huge story. And now we are kind of in my normal news time. We've been going off the cuff here. At least 6 prosecutors in the U.S. Attorney's Office for Minneapolis have resigned over the good investigation and the way the feds have handled it.
Tonight, new clashes between anti-ICE demonstrators and federal law enforcement in Minneapolis. Here, a protester shoves an officer who detains him. Officers appearing to use tear gas and pepper spray. Today, we met Sarah Lechner. This is your neighborhood.
Yeah, I got pepper spray all over me. It's the first time I've had pepper spray. I couldn't see to walk home hardly.
DHS argues protesters have been impeding law enforcement.
I think that there's quite a degree of Trump derangement syndrome here. There's ICE hysteria that we're seeing here.
All happening
Trump derangement syndrome.
Where Renee Good was shot and killed by an ICE officer. Tonight, there's an FBI investigation into the incident, but at least 3 prosecutors in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Minnesota have resigned.
That is up to 6. This is old news right now.
A source familiar with
we know 6 prosecutors have resigned,
and a federal
at least.
Law enforcement source tells NBC News those resignations were triggered in part by Justice Department leadership pressure to investigate Good and her widow's connections to activist groups.
Renee and Rebecca's really good people.
The father of Good's late husband tonight speaking to NBC's Kathy Park.
I mean, I've seen the video. The car did hit him. I mean, you know, there's just so many things we could say. Could he not shot her? It's just sad.
The Trump administration also revoking temporary protected status for Somalis in the U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem posting temporary means temporary. We're putting Americans first. State Senator Zainab Mohammed says her community feels targeted. What does this announcement mean for those families?
It means that those families are going to be ripped apart. You have people who've been here for 30 years.
And with that, Shaq joins us outside ICE headquarters in St. Paul. Shaq, those demonstrators out there again tonight and also planning something else in the days ahead?
That's exactly right, Tom. It's a sign that the protests that you're seeing here behind me are going to continue for the days and weeks to come. They're planning an economic blackout, meaning no school, no work, all in protest of the stepped-up immigration enforcement.
Says plan for the 23rd. Shut up, Tom Llama.
Top stories on the NBC News app or watch live.
We miss Lester. Bring back Lester. I'm not a fan of old Tom Llama. The head of Border Patrol, Gregory Bovino, sat down with CBS out of Minnesota. And this is what this piece of shit had to say. He kind of looks like Lynn Tillman, the lead singer of Rammstein, only nowhere near as cool.
Commander Bovino, let me ask you first. As somebody who's been reporting here for a long time, people are scared to death about what's going on the streets of Minneapolis, and they're scared that they might get hurt, their loved ones might get hurt, maybe their cleaning lady gets deported. What do you say to those people who are genuinely worried?
You got a lot of makeup on.
Those individuals that are worried, if they're United States citizens or legal permanent residents or have some type of legal status to be or remain here in the United States, there's no reason to be scared. However, if they are a criminal alien or an illegal alien, then they should probably be very scared because we are here conducting a Title VIII immigration mission. So to those that are scared and they're looking for a solution or an answer to this, those illegal aliens,
said solution.
There is one. It's called the CBP Home app, and with thousands of law enforcement officers, ICE, Homeland Security Investigations, Border Patrol, CBP on the ground here, I would highly ask them to utilize that CBP Home app so that they can get in line and do it the right way. Many of these legal residents come up to us and say, wow, you know, I spent many years doing it the right way. Why is this individual not doing it the right way? That's all we're asking, and we're giving them a fantastic opportunity to do that.
I have to ask you about the Renee Good shooting, and I think what's created so...
Listen, anyone, if you are thinking about checking your legal status, do not do it through whatever app he just promoted, because I guarantee they're collecting that information. They're going to come round people up. They literally just asked for people to put their information into an app so they can come and get you.
So much attention is that there are all these multiple videos. You obviously have seen the videos, as have all your people. Do you feel this was a justified shooting by the ICE agent?
I feel that that ICE agent was in a very difficult, untenable situation, and he did what he had to do to ensure that his life was saved. But let's take that a step farther, the lives of others were saved, whether that was members of the public and or other law enforcement officers. We have to remember that those situations are not, it's 360 degrees, like I always say. That's a 360 degree situation, crowds forming, known violence, a lot of things happening there that individual police officer or ICE agent has to make in a very difficult environment. So when they make those decisions, you know, they didn't put themselves in that situation knowing that was going to happen. They had no clue that was going to happen. And I think for the viewers and members of the public, that agent had no clue that that was going to happen, but he was put into that violent situation and reacted when a 4,000-pound missile came right at him.
Meaning the minivan?
Yes.
Let me ask you, I interviewed the police chief yesterday who was very critical of the agent who did the shooting for having a cell phone and videotaping the events as he was working the actual case. Is that common for ICE agents to videotape as they are working?
Well, absolutely. Videotaping is very important,
seriously.
You know, prosecutions, or when you have an individual that is...
You're telling me that dude feared for his life while he was live streaming or videotaping himself, held his gun in his hand and didn't even, or held his phone as he drew his gun and didn't even drop it.
Not adhering to commands. Definitely you want that on video, because that video tells a story. You know, it's very interesting. The chief says that he doesn't approve of that, but yet whenever we don't have a video, some of these same individuals say, well, gosh, there's not a video of it, must not have happened. So let's don't put these agents, these police officers, in a catch-22. I'm glad that they had a video. They're doing the very best they can. Armchair quarterbacking a police officer on the street in a deadly situation like that, that's not something I'm going to do.
Why aren't they wearing body cameras? Because if that agent had a body camera, we could really see it from his perspective, what he saw. And
I do not believe that we need to see it from any more perspectives. We know exactly what happened. It has been filmed from multiple perspectives. Quantum Traveler,
I'm a Border Patrol
welcome in, friend.
Border Patrol Pat here.
Good evening.
But body cameras are in use, and there's differing rules and regulations for that. I'm not going to second guess what or why that agent did or didn't have a body camera on. But different missions, perhaps he was undercover. If you're undercover and you've got a body camera sticking right out, you're not undercover anymore. So we need to let the facts of that case come about. But
undercover.
He was videotaping, then good on him.
You actually tried to stop at a Target, I think, to use the restroom.
That's hilarious.
There was kind of quite a scene there. Is that kind of...
Has everyone seen the Target video? Do I need to play that again before? Because she's asking him about their little trip to Target. They pulled a 17-year-old out of the Target. He was a citizen. He said he was a citizen. They pulled him out and then dropped him off at a Walmart after detaining him for like 6 hours. They dropped him off at a Walmart like 8 minutes down the road. This is the video from the Target. I think this happened on Sunday.
This morning. This morning, Minnesota is suing the federal government to stop the deployment of immigration agents.
Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison says the enforcement is a violation of the Constitution and of federal law. This is as Border Patrol agents detained 2 employees at a Target store last week. Both are said to be U.S. citizens. This is video of that incident. This is one day after an ICE agent shot and killed Renee Good.
Both employees have since been released. Homeland Security says
so this would have been Thursday.
A U.S. citizen for assault, but did not clarify which person was arrested. Illinois also sued the Trump administration yesterday. Its lawsuit claiming immigration agents there are using, quote, unlawful and dangerous tactics.
Oh, here's a more comprehensive story. Yes, this is going to tell us exactly what happened with the Target employees.
There are so many videos. There are so many videos of ICE agents detaining people across the state, and one of them has sparked an intense backlash that we've been reporting on, reportedly showing agents detaining 2 employees at a Target store in Richfield. Ian talked to the man who took the video and has the latest on where those workers are tonight.
You doing all right? Huh? I'm not doing all right.
Chaotic moments at the Richfield Target last week.
You good? You good? What's that? You good? All right.
As Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino and federal agents stopped in.
Hey, you guys Americans? Huh? None of your business.
The encounter captured on cell phones by bystanders as
What is up with him holding his pants up like that? I mean, I'm one to talk. I have a really shitty belt and my pants are always falling down, but I'm not the commander of the fucking Border Patrol walking into Target holding my pants up. Maybe he's just trying to walk like a cowboy. He is bow-legged.
The Richfield Target last week.
You good? You good? What's that? You good? All right.
As Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino and federal agents stopped in.
Hey, you guys Americans? Huh? None of your business.
The encounter captured on cell phones by bystanders.
He's a short motherfucker too, isn't he?
2 Target employees being tackled and detained.
That's hemorrhoids.
What? Look at that. Look, they're grabbing him. Look, they're grabbing him.
As one video.
Oh, that is absolutely a constitutional violation.
Others began as one of the men shouts that he's a citizen.
Leave him alone. Leave him alone. Get out of your ice.
And then they put him in the car. Mike Trench was on his way to Target for groceries when he saw those federal agents, deciding to pull out his phone and record.
It was abhorrent. It was terrible. The manager was super upset. She was screaming. She was as loud as she could be. She got right up to him when they were putting him in the car and just said, I have their documents.
2 employees were detained. State Representative Michael Howard says he's spoken to them and they've both since been released.
I can tell you that they are U.S. citizens. They were injured during this violent arrest.
Homeland Security said on X that one person was arrested for assaulting federal law enforcement officers. Howard disagrees with that.
Border Control's account saying that they assaulted agents is what I would say is folks can believe their own eyes. Plenty of video that showed
bullshit
workers violently being arrested. Greg Bovino himself is the one that asked these workers, are you U.S. citizens?
Huh? Howard says he understands some online saying these actions come after verbal insults were thrown.
Eldon, my friend, have you ever read the Constitution? The 4th Amendment says that the government can't just ask you for your papers. That is illegal search and seizure. Like, we're supposed to live in the land of the free and the home of the brave. Does that seem very free or brave to you? Are you scared? The scary migrant is going to come and get me. He's going to rape me.
Agents, but says that doesn't warrant treatment like this.
Because someone said a naughty word, that allows them to brutalize United States citizens for expressing their constitutional right. That false equivalency is, the gap is unbelievable.
Why are you kidnapping us?
Howard says his understanding is that one of the men was dropped off hours later in a nearby Walmart parking lot.
In both
in a Walmart parking lot.
An egregious situation.
Now, I have reached out to Target for a comment on this, and Jana, I know you
took a dude from a Target and then dropped him off at a Walmart. That in and of itself is fucking insulting. He was at a Target. That is so much higher class than a Walmart.
You have as well, but we've been told that there is no statement coming from the company on ICE activity. Jana.
Yeah, Ian, just a simple no comment. And so the young men are out of custody, no charges, nothing?
Yeah, I asked Howard just, what the current situation is with them, because he's the one who's kind of been working with them and speaking with them. He says they're both out of custody right now. Obviously, we heard the situations with them, one with the dropped off at that Walmart, the other one detained for a long time as well, but both are out right now.
All right, and one of the things that we have covered, and maybe you got to this and there's so much going on, but people are asking questions about can DHS go into these stores or ICE or Border Patrol, and the answer is a little bit complicated, but it's yes.
Yeah, I know you and I have talked a little bit about this, but yes, I mean, it's sort of this quasi-public-private space as well.
All right, thanks so much, Ian, we appreciate it.
Yeah, apparently they just went in there to take a piss and decided to harass some employees. It seems that filming ICE has become dangerous in the United States, which is wild since the First Amendment exists. This is the Washington Post.
He's a citizen! He's a citizen! He's a citizen! Stop!
While I was on the ground, I was in shock. I just knew I was getting handcuffed. It was all happening very fast. I'm like, how did I get here? How did documenting their activity lead to this?
In early November, Border Patrol agents moved into Charlotte, North Carolina. The deployment was part of a broader federal enforcement effort spreading across the country from Los Angeles to Chicago and now Minneapolis. Cell phone footage has emerged from each city, showing agents detaining immigrants and protesters. The people filming the federal agents call themselves ICE verifiers. These verifiers have since become a focal point in the Trump administration's response to the fatal shooting of Minneapolis resident Renee Good earlier this week. Republicans have said that people following and monitoring ICE are impeding immigration-related arrests and endangering officers and civilians.
Why are you taking it?
What is on the grass? Just be clear.
How do you understand the ICE resistance?
This is a cult-like, this is a cult. This is cult behavior.
That woman is part of a broader left-wing network.
I mean, I'm going to have to disagree. It would be the adherence to strict authoritarianism that would be the cult-like behavior.
Network to attack,
not the people kicking authority in the balls,
and to make it impossible for our ICE officers to do their job.
She was a agitator, probably a paid agitator, but in my opinion, she was an agitator.
Should we send people to Estonia, yes or no?
This community defense work has been something Decembra has done since 2017, which is how it got started. These are all volunteers who have been trained on how to verify whether an activity is actually ICE or Border Patrol.
Do we know who that is up there? Okay, let's figure that out. We're trying to anticipate where they are. We're looking for them.
What's going on? What are you doing?
Someone's honking and screaming, La Migra, ICE, Border Patrol.
They're impeding our investigation. So
When somebody goes up to them and is like, hey, what are you doing? They also aren't used to that. They're breaking the law left and right. So the more that you can get them to talk about that, at least in my opinion, the better that is.
Verifiers say documenting these encounters serves two purposes: alerting the community and preserving evidence. They say video from these interactions can later be used in court.
We are going to what we believe is one of the staging areas for CBP and ICE. Our hope is to, just verify and have confirmed reports from the community about what they're doing, when they're moving, how many cars they have, what they're driving. This is it, but they are not here. There are no cars here. This kind of makes me worry that we don't know where they are.
Usted me lo quiebra, usted me lo paga. Usted quiebra mi ventana.
By the end of the week, the Department of Homeland Security had carried out more than 300 detentions across the Charlotte area. Most were not recorded. Josh Long was documenting Border Patrol activity on Charlotte's east side when he noticed he was being followed after photographing a Border Patrol vehicle and its license plate.
Charlotte 911, do you need police, fire, or medic?
Police. There's 2 Wagoneers, and they've got their sirens on, and they're Border Patrol. They're not police, and they're trying to pull me over right now, and they've been driving recklessly.
Long was forcibly removed from his car and handcuffed on the ground. He was cited for impeding a federal investigation. He was one of at least 8 verifiers arrested during the week-long operation.
There's like 50 cars here. I'm walking up on foot. They're going out.
To me, this feels like a bully has come into town, and they're picking on the little guys.
That's exactly what it is.
They're targeting people because of their skin color.
Shame on you. Shame on you.
I don't regret doing what I did. I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing.
Hope you have a terrible day. They all just rolled out to go terrorize our communities.
Independent.
Let's check back in with Status Quo live from the scene.
From them, or free photos or free videos that you see all the time on Twitter.
Somebody is dressed as Pickle Rick. It was the live scene in Minneapolis. Everything seems to have died down. The federal officers have retreated back into the building. They barricaded it earlier in the day.
That person is. Yeah.
If he turns the camera here, I'll show you. There's concrete barriers with fencing. Anonymously, welcome in, my friend. That dude has a killer beard.
That one? The ordnance son?
So there you can see the concrete barriers that they've erected around the federal building.
If we talk to? Oh, sure. Yeah. I'm Zach with Status Quo, and we saw your sign. Can you tell us? Can you read it for us and tell us what it's about?
My sign says, "Do not obey in advance," which is the first of 20 lessons on tyranny from the 20th century. We are no different from the Europeans who fell to fascism and communism, except we might have the chance of learning from history. With the murder of Renee Nicole Good and the president, the vice president, the secretary of Homeland Security exonerating the murderer with no investigation, covering up the crime scene, not letting in medical professionals, and conducting their own investigation when they've already decided the outcome. If that's what we've come to, we are now in an authoritarian state, or at the very least, this is an authoritarian regime. We have a democracy with checks and balances, and we need to defend it. I have my sign that says "Do we in advance," because we cannot give them power that they do not have. If we don't come out here and protest and use our voices, they're going to start arresting the few who do. And what's normal is going to become the law. And we're not going to be able to express ourselves any more freely for the First Amendment.
It's been a shocking year. I think that by almost anybody's standards, a person who's covered extremism for the last decade, and even I was surprised at how quickly this administration has done what they're doing. What we saw today, shooting flashbangs at crowds, kicking down doors, and ripping people out of their homes. What are you from Minneapolis? You from the area?
I'm from Eden Prairie. I drove out from the suburbs because I can't stand this, and I can't sit at home while I watch Minnesotans' constitutional rights be violated.
So what has it been like watching this, play out on, cell phone videos, people filming from their cars, and watching federal officers in camo? We just have a car driving by, so that's what they got. But it's been like watching people get pulled from their cars this quickly and without the Supreme Court, without like a lot of people in Congress being able to speak out or do anything about it.
Yes, we have Fourth Amendment rights in this country, and we should be protected from unlawful search and seizure, which means it's not okay to pull people off the streets or out of their cars without due cause. So it has been very, very terrifying to see.
Oh, you'd think.
In our country, they're going door to door and knocking down doors without warrants. That is not America. We're breaking and entering to people's homes, denying them their rights to privacy, and they want to deprive us of our free speech as well. We need ICE to get out of Minnesota, and we need Republicans to stand up against
that ain't gonna happen.
Authoritarian regime and stop ceding more power to him. They need to grow a backbone.
I mean, we've got people like Thomas Massey and Rand Paul on our side. But other than them, nah. And even Rand Paul is like tepid at best. Trump cutting federal funding to Minnesota. During his announcement of that earlier today in Detroit, he did an impression of Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar.
Think of that Ilhan Omar. She lives in Somalia. They don't have a government. They don't have a military. They don't have...
She is a U.S. citizen.
All they have is murder and robbing ships, bringing in ships, pirates. That's stopped. Same missile. Ping. That's the end of them. It's amazing how that can stop corruption. Those missiles, they never miss, you know. The same one, exactly the same one.
I want to point out that that Trump in this 1 year has bombed Somalia more than any other president, including himself in his first term, like combined. It's wild. We've bombed the shit out of Somalia, and I'm not exactly sure why. He doesn't look well. Welcome in, Spartan.
But
Ducky,
think of it. She comes
good
from
evening.
a country with nothing, and she comes here and she tells us about our Constitution. I have a constitutional right to rip off the country. I guess she's.
I mean, it's on behalf of
scam artist.
Israel.
How do you let her get away with it? AOC +3. She was one of the three. They're all scammers. They're so bad for our country. They're so bad for our country. Our ICE operation in Minnesota, for example, is finding hundreds of killers, violent predators, and child rapists, some of the worst criminal offenders anywhere in the world, murderers all over the place. All we want to do is get them out. Did you see the pictures that we put up? Hundreds of them. Murderers, wanted for murder, wanted for the worst drug selling. One of them is one of the biggest drug dealers in the world. And vicious, sells bad drugs too. Bad drugs, like if you take a tiny little morsel, your child is dead. And we're getting them. But it's hard to get them because they make it...
Man, he scares the shit out of stupid people, doesn't he? You take a tiny little morsel and your child is dead.
With these people that are emptied out from prisons, they have a lot of people. One of the reasons I was so angry with Venezuela, they emptied their prisons almost entirely into the United States of America. Tren de Aragua.
That didn't happen.
One of the worst, probably the most violent gang there is anywhere in the world.
No, they got nothing on the LAPD. Dude's talking about ICE agents rounding up murderers. What about this fucking ICE agent who killed a black man in Los Angeles? On December 31st, 2025, Keith Porter Jr. was outside of his Northridge, California apartment where he was reportedly firing a rifle in the air to celebrate the new year. I don't think that's legal in California. An off-duty Immigration and Customs Enforcement officer decided to treat Porter as an active shooter threat instead of calling the actual police who are trained to handle this type of interaction. They're also not trained to handle it very well. The off-duty agent, seemingly emboldened by his impunity and federal protections, decided to confront Porter Jr. Shots rang out, and the ICE officer claimed that he was forced to defend himself and shot Porter Jr., who he later claimed refused to disarm himself. The 43-year-old father of two went from celebrating the end of a difficult 2025 to never making it to see 2026. In typical DHS and ICE fashion, the agent's name had not been released, and the LAPD had not even interviewed him about the incident. Multiple agencies are allegedly investigating the shooting, and the Porter family is left with the tragic death of a beloved son and father, all because a deputized authority and witness decided to confront a black man when it wasn't his job or duty to do so. The article does acknowledge that he was breaking the law. Firing a gun into the air can come with a felony charge in California, and it is dangerous. Bullets fired into the air return to the ground with possible deadly results. We've covered several of those stories since I've been doing the Troll Patrol for 5 years. At least 3 or 4 times we've covered somebody shooting into the air and the bullet coming down and hitting somebody in the head. Representative Robin Kelly says that she is going to introduce articles of impeachment against Kristi Noem, who, you know, I'm taking her off of the list. Kristi Noem can no longer be my GOP mommy. She's gone too far. Gone way too far.
To announce I will be impeaching Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem. Secretary Noem has violated the Constitution, and she needs to be held accountable for terrorizing our communities. Operation Midway Blitz has torn apart the Chicagoland area. President Trump declared war on Chicago, and then he brought violence and destruction to our city and our suburbs in the form of immigration enforcement. In my district, federal
that sound like the lyrics to a Doors song.
Agents rappelled down from Black Hawk helicopters and burst into an apartment building in the South Shore area. They dragged U.S. citizens and non-citizens alike out of their beds in the middle of the night. They claimed the apartment was infiltrated by members of a Venezuelan gang.
In the middle of the night, I go walking in.
But they
I'm
did
sorry, I
not
couldn't help
arrest
myself.
a single member from that gang. I visited that apartment building and saw firsthand the destruction those agents left. Doors to people's homes or apartments were kicked down. Belongings, including little kids' toys, were strewn about in the hallway. That raid and so many others shook our community, not just immigrants, but everyone.
Might be my favorite Billy Joel
Secretary
song.
Noem has brought her reign of terror to Minneapolis after she left Charlotte and Raleigh. We have all seen what happened. An ICE officer shot and killed Renee Nicole Good in cold blood. Without knowing any of the facts or an investigation, Secretary Noem lied about what happened. She called her beloved 37-year-old mom a domestic terrorist. Secretary Noem and her rogue agents are the ones terrorizing our communities, and she is breaking the law to do so. I will hold her accountable, and I'm filing 3 articles of impeachment against Secretary Noem. Number 1, obstruction of Congress. Secretary Noem has denied me and other members of Congress oversight of ICE detention facilities. It is our constitutional duty to find out what's happening in these centers where people are reportedly being treated like...
That is Representative Robin Kelly, a Democrat from Illinois, saying that she is going to introduce articles of impeachment against Kristi Noem, Homeland Security Secretary. Earlier today, Trump was in Detroit talking with car manufacturers. As he was walking by, a protester screamed at him. It looks like Trump gave him a fuck you. Oh, he did. There's a middle finger from his really small hand. So the protester called him a pedophile protector. Trump said, fuck you, and flipped him off. His hand's so small. When he did that wave at the end, it looked like a child with his dad's jacket on, waving at such little hands. Apparently, he has threatened Jerome Powell with indictment if Powell does not lower interest rates. Powell put out like a hostage video. This is his response to Trump's threats.
Good evening.
Good evening.
On Friday, the Department of Justice served the Federal Reserve with grand jury subpoenas, threatening a criminal indictment related to my testimony before the Senate Banking Committee last June. That testimony concerned in part a multi-year project to renovate historic Federal Reserve offices.
Apparently, they're saying that he lied about the Federal Reserve having a VIP dining room, but it actually does have a dining room, just maybe not a VIP dining room. And that he lied about there's no water features. And apparently there are a couple of water features. It is the dumbest thing.
Buildings. I have deep respect for the rule of law and for accountability in our democracy. No one, certainly not the chair of the Federal Reserve.
That is what they're accusing him of lying about, water features.
This unprecedented action should be seen in the broader context of the administration's threats and ongoing pressure. This new threat is not about my testimony last June or about the renovation of the Federal Reserve buildings. It is not about Congress's oversight role. The Fed, through testimony,
I'm not high enough for this
made
shit.
every effort to keep Congress informed about the renovation project. Those are pretexts. The threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on our best assessment of what will serve the public, rather than following the preferences of the president. This is about whether the Fed will be able to continue to set interest rates based on evidence and economic conditions, or whether instead monetary policy will be directed by political pressure or intimidation. I have served at the Federal Reserve under 4 administrations, Republicans.
Motherfucker was originally appointed to the Fed board by George W. Bush. Reappointed by Obama, reappointed by Trump, named to the chairmanship by Trump. Trump literally said he doesn't know who appointed him.
Democrats alike. In every case, I have carried out my duties without political fear or favor, focused solely on our mandate of price stability and maximum employment. Public service sometimes requires standing firm in the face of threats. I will continue to do the job the Senate confirmed me to do, with integrity and a commitment to serving the American people. Thank you.
Hold on, let me find this clip of Trump not knowing who appointed Jerome Powell. Because it's him. God damn it, I can't find it. I don't remember where I saved it. Okay, yeah, this is an older clip, actually. It's from a few months ago. Trump saying he was surprised that Jerome Powell was appointed.
I was surprised he was appointed. I was surprised, frankly, that Biden put him in and extended him. It is my pleasure and my honor to announce my nomination of Jerome Powell to be the next chairman of the Federal Reserve. Congratulations. He's a terrible Fed chair. I was surprised
He's an idiot.
Appointed. I was surprised, frankly, that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, go ahead. He has no idea what he's talking about. The Clintons refusing to testify in front of the House. I understand them not doing it, but Hillary Clinton is actually really good at doing exactly that, so she probably should have. For the good of the party, if you actually cared about the party, you would go and testify. They don't care about the party, and for them, like, it's just more headache. I understand them personally not doing it, but it does kind of make them look guilty.
Oversight Committee says it will seek to hold former President Bill Clinton in contempt of Congress for failing to show up.
Josephus, that's how you good evening.
This Jeffrey Epstein probe. Committee Chair Representative James Comer subpoenaed Bill and Hillary Clinton last year to answer questions related to the former president's relationship with Epstein.
The first set of Epstein files.
No, if Hillary testified like she did with Benghazi, she didn't fucking
of Bill Clinton
invoke any amendment. She answered fucking questions and grilled the Republicans.
NBC News Chief Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now.
It did not work out. It did not work out well for Republicans when Hillary Clinton testified on Benghazi, and I think they should have leaned into that. And also, Bill is also. They don't call him Slick Willie for nothing, but I think he's lost a lot of that in the last 25 years. It's probably best Bill Clinton doesn't talk. He probably put his foot in his mouth. But Hillary, as of 10 years ago, was incredibly good. Probably Flash. But as I said, as of 10 years ago, a lot can change in 10 years. Biden 10 years ago was a lot different than what he is today.
To that committee, what did it say, and how is Comer responding?
Well, their response to the committee's request is that they simply don't have anything to offer the committee, and therefore they shouldn't have to sit before them and answer their questions as it relates to the Epstein files. And they also point back to several other former Justice Department and administration officials that have been called to testify before the committee, but the committee has accepted a letter from them saying that they have nothing to offer and has moved on. But with the Clintons, they are forcing them to come forward. And the House Oversight Chairman James Comer responded to the Clinton's response by saying they have additional questions for Bill and Hillary Clinton, and that's why they believe they should appear before the committee. Listen to what Comer had to say.
He visited the White House. Jeffrey Epstein visited the White House 17 times while Bill Clinton was president. I've been in Congress 9 years. I think I've been to the White House 9 times in 9 years. No one's accusing Bill Clinton of any wrongdoing. We just have questions, and that's why the Democrats voted a lot.
And I want to hear from Clinton.
Bill Clinton.
Lauren Boebert, looking radiant over here. Like, she can definitely be my GOP mommy. No moves down, Boebert moves up. Question marks, they must have just been taking a break. Everybody's live now. This is, let's go to Mercado Media. We took status quo last time. This is a live shot in Minneapolis. I said, just as soon as we take it, they go down. Okay, status quo still up. It could be spotty service right now.
What do you think that, you know, I mean,
Bone.
What?
Released from that building, from the Will building, and say, you know, that they held me for...
Okay, so they are now driving to an emergency protest outside of the...
As far as I know, I'm not actually charged with a
ICE hotel.
So what I've seen much more...
It was kind of odd that all the, you know, AP and Reuters went down at the same time, but maybe they were preparing to move to another place where a protest was going on.
Of them or whatever the case may be, but not a...
I mentioned the AP and Reuters leaving.
It does seem like
they left right before local news time, I guess.
Kind of an immediate response. Is that not right?
It's probably a lot of
deadlines for videos, so maybe
exactly
it has more to do with that than it does.
Right? I mean, even when the charges were dropped for the people who were arrested in Broadview, you know, it's kind of like a...
So we're trying to go through the rest of the news, find out what that news be doing. Let me cover what's going on here. I have so many wild stories that we'll have to save for tomorrow. I might come on early tomorrow as well. Let's talk about Trump and Greenland.
Take place in Washington tomorrow between Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and the foreign ministers of Denmark and Greenland, the strategically important Danish region that President Trump has coveted for years. His repeated threats to take over the island have prompted warnings that such a move could lead to the breakup of NATO. Malcolm Brabant reports from Copenhagen.
High noon in Copenhagen, and the guard changes at the main royal palace as Danes worried that their kingdom is about to be shrunk by a Trumpian heist. President Trump has been stretching nerves here in Copenhagen this past week by ramping up his rhetoric, but the Danes haven't responded. They're hoping that quiet diplomacy will neutralize the threat to annex Greenland. Denmark is backed by NATO allies who believe in the sanctity of Greenlandic sovereignty. They fear the president has been emboldened by his Venezuelan operation and will pull the trigger.
I'm not talking about money for Greenland yet. I might talk about that. But right now, we are going to do something on Greenland, whether they like it or not, because if we don't do it, Russia or China will take over Greenland, and we're not going to have Russia or China as a neighbor. Okay? I would like to make a deal, you know, the easy way, but if we don't do it the easy way, we're going to do it the hard way.
Rasmus.
What does that mean?
Parliamentary Defence Committee. He says the Danes will be accommodating, but they have some...
I think they do have a king.
Trump has said that they need to do something on Greenland. And I would take him at his word, because we don't mind doing something on Greenland. But what we do mind, and what we can never agree to, is just handing over Greenland, selling 57,000 Danish citizens to become Americans. They don't want to do that, and it's not a matter of price. They categorically don't want that, and we are not going to agree to it.
Greenland possesses vast untapped mineral wealth. Its strategic importance grows daily as the Arctic ice melts, creating maritime passageways across the top of the globe.
Yes, this is what this is all about.
The United States' sole military presence is its Pitofik space base, used for missile early warning and defense and space surveillance. Vice President Vance used his visit there last March to pile pressure on Denmark, which is responsible for Greenland's defense and foreign affairs.
Denmark has not kept pace in devoting the resources necessary to keep this base, to keep our troops, and in my view, to keep the people of Greenland safe from a lot of very aggressive incursions from Russia, from China, and from other nations.
Lynn Mortensgaard is an Arctic specialist at the Danish Institute for International Studies. She says that under a 1951 treaty, there's nothing to stop America beefing up its military presence.
In this defense agreement, the U.S. has very wide-ranging options for expanding its military presence in Greenland, with bases or increasing troops or having new installations, radar installations. Many different things could be done under this defense agreement.
Last October, Denmark pledged $4.2 billion to boost Greenland's security, with ice-breaking patrol vessels and advanced drones. This commitment, though, is apparently insufficient for President Trump.
There is basically nothing to stop the United States military from staking a claim in Greenland. So, for example, a single soldier could just walk down the main street of Nuuk and claim that this is America now, but that is something that would be immediately contested.
Associate Professor Tom Crosby lectures on military operations.
Well, actually, who's going to stop us? You know, we are America. Who are you to tell us we can't do that?
And the possibility that it will not exist in the near future.
We can go stick our dick in the ground somewhere.
Existential question for NATO.
America, pal.
Unprecedented, and I would say it was unimaginable just a few years ago. It's the most significant challenge NATO's ever encountered.
But on Monday, NATO's Secretary General Mark Rutte promised action.
All allies agree on the importance of the Arctic and Arctic security, because we know that with sea lanes opening up, there is a risk that the Russians and the Chinese will be more active. And currently we are working on the next steps to make sure that indeed we collectively protect what is at stake here.
For a different perspective, we turn to Martin Åholm, a former Danish soldier who, 16 years ago, lost both legs when he knelt on an IED in Helmand province in Afghanistan.
Goddamn!
We met in 2014 when he was performing in an anti-war ballet, and reconnected this week as he drove home after delivering a truckload of donated supplies to frontline Ukrainians.
Yeah, we were watching Mercado Media
had fought for NATO and
make their way over to that hotel.
USA.
Good to see you, DJ Dub.
Article 5. I feel offended. I feel hurt.
Despite his injuries, Åholm has conducted 29 solo missions to Ukraine, and he believes the president is on the wrong side of history.
I actually think that Trump is stupid enough to try to attack Greenland. There's no...
I think he absolutely is.
Greenland. You protect Greenland with sensors, with satellites, with radars, not with 10,000s of soldiers.
If you take a look outside of Greenland right now, there are Russian destroyers, there are Chinese destroyers and bigger, there are Russian submarines all over the place. We're not going to have Russia or China occupy Greenland, and that's what they're going to do if we don't. So we're going to be doing something with Greenland, either the nice way or the more difficult way.
Danish trepidation about the talks in Washington has increased after learning that America's hawkish vice president will be chairing the meeting.
It's unclear exactly what the agenda is, and we have seen how, for example, meetings in the White House between Trump and Zelensky can backfire also. So this is a delicate balance for Danish and Greenlandic diplomacy.
And tonight, the Greenlandic Prime Minister Jens Frederik Nielsen laid out his red line.
Now we are faced with a geopolitical crisis, and if we have to choose between the USA and Denmark, here and now we choose Denmark.
Should they leave Washington empty-handed, the Danes will ask their European allies in NATO to reinforce the defense of Greenland. A NATO meeting
pretty fucking cut and dry, isn't it?
Monday. For the PBS NewsHour, I'm Malcolm Brabant in Copenhagen.
That was good reporting from PBS on that one. They are talking about the possibility that the U.S. will attack Greenland, but we're probably going to attack Iran before we attack Greenland, because apparently we have told all Americans to leave Iran now.
The Department issuing a travel advisory for U.S. citizens in Iran. The message is short and to the point, quote, leave Iran now.
Not as of yet, DJ Dub, but that could change.
Does not rely on the U.S. government help. This follows President Trump's warning to the Islamic Republic as reports reveal hundreds of civilians have been killed during anti-government protests. The White House also revealing the private messages Iran is sending back to the United States. Watch this.
What the Iranian regime is saying publicly is quite different from the messages they are sending to the United States and the Trump administration privately. President Trump, as for him, he has always expressed that diplomacy is the first option, always has been, always will be. However, he is unafraid to use the lethal force and might of the United States military if and when he deems that necessary. And nobody knows that better than the Iranian regime.
Caroline Levitt, gonna be a mommy again, can definitely be my mommy.
Now, Dan, good morning to you. There's this near communications blackout inside Iran right now to try and make it difficult for protesters to organize and continue. But those who have been able to get their message out to the outside world.
Who's she? I don't know her. She can be my GOP mommy. That's what he's thinking too. I don't know who this news anchor is on the Fox. Look at this dude's face. He's like, yeah, she could be my GOP mommy. He's aroused. Just look at those ears. They're pointed back like a cat.
Dan, good morning to you. There's this near communications blackout inside Iran right now to try and make it difficult for protesters to organize and continue. But those who have been able to get their message out to the outside world do say that there are many Iranians who are still dedicated and committed to this cause despite this ongoing violence against them. Where do you think these protests stand right now? And could this moment actually lead to significant change?
Yeah, I think the Iranian regime is under more threat right now domestically than they ever have been before. I think that's reflected in the outreach on the part of the Ayatollah to the United States for some negotiations, potentially about the nuclear program. Iran knows that their economy is in free fall. They're suffering from a shortage of water. All of those things have fueled these protests, and it threatens Iran's regime. And so what they want is to
Dan Hoffman
and put an end to
former
those
CIA
sanctions.
station
I think the
chief,
Trump
so you
administration
know he's done
will
some
certainly
shady
listen.
shit.
It's a good opportunity for us to collect information on how bad things are inside Iran. But I think the Trump administration might do well to let these protests play out and not be in a rush to eliminate or reduce those sanctions, which are having such a serious impact on the regime's security.
Okay, well, on that very point, President Trump posted this to Truth Social yesterday. Effective immediately, any country doing business with the Islamic Republic of Iran will pay a tariff of 25% on any and all business being done with the United States of America. This order is final and conclusive. And this whole protest started as an economic protest, and these new tariffs certainly aren't going to make anything easier on the regime. The president is going to be weighing his wide range of options today with top national security officials. What do you think the president should do moving forward?
So I think we have a number of options. I think the president is going to be looking at, obviously, the military option to strike IRGC facilities. They're the ones that they're bringing down the oppression on those protesters. That's certainly an option. Cyber strikes is another one, delivering internet to the Iranian people so that they can coordinate these protests. And of course, we've seen the sanctions increase further. And remember, the targeted countries are India, China, and Russia, those countries that do business with Iran. I'm sure that the president is going to be receiving an intelligence briefing from Director CIA Ratcliffe on exactly where these pain points are and how the CIA might assess Iran would react, the impact on domestic unrest inside the country. Lots of very heavy, weighty decisions for the administration today. The president will have his team try to make the best decisions possible.
There's this horrific report, albeit unconfirmed, but also it would be unsurprising, of a 26-year-old Iranian who is set to be hanged later today. It would be the first public execution.
Is he the one with the U-Haul?
Round of protesting. I mean, the resolve of people who are willing to die for a cause that they may not see come to fruition is awe-inspiring. What would real change, Dan, in the...
Oh my God, I can imagine what her coverage of Renee Good was like in like just the next segment. The resolve to be willing to die for a cause that you might not see come to fruition. And then the very next segment be like, oh my God, she was a terrorist leftist bitch. Guarantee it. No courage and resolve when you were talking about Renee Good. Promise you.
Country of
Let me see if I can
belonging
find
for
it.
the Middle East.
Who
and
is this
also
woman?
For Americans here at home who are watching right now.
Well, I think for the United States, look, we've tried for years to change Iran's behavior. The Obama administration did that with the JCPOA, failed nuclear agreement. We've tried to influence Iran's behavior in the region with their support to proxy terrorists, their ballistic missile program, their nuclear program. I think the question is whether now it's time for maybe regime change that would ultimately provide an opportunity for more, for real long-term change in their behavior. I'm not sure you get to one without the other.
This should be the same anchor. We should see the same reporter, anchor, whoever that was. And this is anti-ICE agitators harass federal agents.
Anti-ICE protesters.
Oh, no, it's not. I'm sorry.
In Minnesota.
Wild scenes like this in the
it's back-to-back
state Democrats sue the
posted
federal
videos.
government to try to stop the ongoing immigration enforcement operation.
Matt Finn is there on the ground in Minneapolis with the details. Good morning, Matt.
Good morning, Lawrence. Tomorrow marks 1 week since the deadly shooting of Renee Good here in Minneapolis and the clashes between protesters.
But definitely Fox News framing it completely differently. Okay, I think this is the, but she's talking about Whoopi Goldberg and ICE agents. But I think this is the same reporter.
Co-host of The View, Whoopi Goldberg, having a walk-back comments where she suggested that ICE agents are criminals. Watch.
Yeah, it could just be the same, or it could be the same.
You said you were
looking
going after
woman.
the bad guys.
Different woman.
Yes, that's what you said, the violent criminals.
That's
and
right.
what does it turn out? The violent criminals seem to be in the...
I gotta watch out because if you will do a takedown on me, I can't ever play clips of The View. Fox gets away with it because, you know, they're Fox. I can't play clips of The View. That's why I'm talking over it.
Senior writer for the Washington Examiner and Fox.
Yeah, that's her, right?
Joe Concha. And Joe, that little transition that we played.
Oh, I hate Joe Concha.
Before and then after the commercial break. So what do you think about Whoopi Goldberg's two opposing comments there?
Carly, Todd, I think Whoopi only walked back those statements because she was told to do so
Carly?
by ABC's legal team. And when she walks back these statements, I mean, it's basically the broadcast version of a hostage video. You could tell she did not want to do it, but she had to do it because ABC has been sued before by President Trump, by the Trump administration, and they've had to settle to the tune of millions of dollars. But
they didn't have to settle. They decided to settle.
The main point is that Crazy Town has only been expanded in terms of rhetoric from the left. I mean, ICE is putting away, as we know, and deporting violent criminals. We're talking about sex offenders. We're talking about child traffickers. We're talking about murderers and rapists. And every mayor in every major city where they're carrying out their operation should be thankful for making them look better and making their cities safer for everyone. And again, if you hit any law enforcement officer with a car or an SUV, those are considered deadly weapons. There will be consequences. And in this case, the ICE officer who was hit, he had been rammed by a vehicle not too long ago that required him to get 33 stitches. Overall, ramming or attempted rammings of ICE officers is up 3,200% when compared to 2024. But that's a stat you're simply not reading or hearing very much in terms of the coverage we're seeing out of Minneapolis by much of the media outside of this network. Todd,
I feel like The View was due for an inflammatory headline-making comment, and here we go. They kick off the new year just the way they always ended the last one. Before we let you go, a new Gallup poll finding that 45% of Americans now identify as independent, rejecting the country's two major parties, which both see 27%. 30 seconds to you. How should Republicans take that knowledge, take that data, and use it to their advantage in the midterms?
It is amazing, Todd. I mean, Gallup has never found this many Americans claiming the independent label. Overall, I'll leave it here. It's likely more voters are identifying as independents out of disdain and frustration for toxic partisan politics from both sides, and they simply don't want to be associated with this stuff. But overall, I think that's an opening for Republicans because I think in the end, the common sense stuff, tax cuts, a closed border,
zero self-awareness,
has been doing on a foreign policy perspective, and low gas prices, that favors Republicans and not Democrats, even if they identify as independents. Todd, Carly,
yeah,
I'll see you
and that's
later.
why President Trump calling Elizabeth Warren, I think, is so important because while people think that they like the hyperbolic rhetoric, usually unity is what most Americans really want to see. Gotta leave it there. Fox and Friends starts right now.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
And I'm Ainsley Earhart. And click here to subscribe to the Fox News YouTube page.
Yep, passing on that orgy couch. We're going to do some crime news, and these next couple of stories are kind of graphic. Plenty of people in my chat are going to love this first one, though. If you were not with us earlier, you are in for a treat. Cops in Greenville, South Carolina, ambushed.
We continue our coverage on the Greenville police officer who was ambushed and shot over the weekend.
Authorities say the officer is recovering. SLED released video of the incident. We do want to warn you, it might be disturbing to some. SLED says the suspect, 42-year-old David Lane, appears to have used incendiary ammunition in Sunday morning's ambush.
And we're told the officer was shot while he was in his car at the Greenville County Law Enforcement.
Let me pull it over here for you guys so you can get a good look at it, because this is wild.
Incendiary ammunition in Sunday morning's ambush.
And we're told the officer was shot while he was in his car at the Greenville County Law Enforcement.
Sunday morning's ambush.
And we're told the officer was shot while he was in his car at the Greenville County Law.
Wait till you see the pictures of the door.
Appears to have used incendiary ammunition in Sunday morning's ambush.
And we're told the officer was shot while he was in his car at the Greenville County Law Enforcement Center.
Incendiary ammunition in Sunday morning's ambush.
And we're told the officer was shot while he was in his car at the Greenville County
in Sunday morning's ambush.
And we're told the officer was shot while he was in his car at the Greenville County Law Enforcement Center.
In Sunday morning's ambush.
And we're told the officer was shot while he was in his car at the Greenville County Law Enforcement.
Incendiary ammunition in Sunday morning's ambush.
And we're told the officer was shot while he was in his car at the Greenville County Law Enforcement.
Appears to have used incendiary ammunition in Sunday morning's ambush.
And we're told the officer was shot while he was in his car at the Greenville County Law Enforcement Center. In an exclusive interview with Sheriff Hobart Lewis, he told me how the officer escaped the damaged cruiser.
I think I played it enough. Everybody got to see it.
He shoots into the car. Y'all have the photographs of that. The officer exits the passenger side.
The suspect is apparently known.
Goes into the front lobby.
A wild man.
Two deputies are working. They render aid to him, apply some tourniquets, call for EMS.
Deputies were able to track down the suspect's car, which led to a chase, exchange of gunfire, crash, and a second shootout. According to SLED, David Lane was found dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
And back to that weapon, the ammunition that was used in Sunday's ambush, SLED confirming that the suspect used incendiary ammunition, which agents say can be altered to inflict maximum damage.
Our Peyton Furtado learned why someone would use that and the devastating effect that it could have. And Peyton, what can you tell us?
She looks like a toothbrush.
Yeah, Mark, Jane, first of all, this isn't normal. We learned this is not a normal thing to be used. This is typically used.
This isn't normal.
In some cases, a tracer in the military, but it's not used in ballistics. It's not used in hunting. So this is very rare. We chatted with Noel Lejour. He's familiar with ammunition from his time with law enforcement and the Army. He says incendiary.
Am I the only one that sees it, right? Like somebody else sees it.
Taking a closer look at that video, he says the suspect most likely used a shotgun, likely shooting between 4 and 6 rounds rounds at this officer at close range. You can see soon after the officer getting out the passenger side door, taking
He got him off that
Looking
fast?
at the video, LeJour says if the suspect used regular shotgun ammo, this likely would have been deadly.
Well, you don't want your skin to burn like that door did. Nobody does. Would it have the same level of penetration and cavitation that maybe another option would've?
Penetration and cavitation.
No.
Well, the officer definitely was injured in this situation, likely has scarring, according to.
Have they shown the pictures, the close-up?
Is getting recovery. He's still
that one.
Home recovering from all of that. We're learning more about that as we speak. SLED is still taking the lead on that investigation right now.
See, I thought that looked like 2 or 3 tops.
Releasing more information as that investigation continues. For now, live in Greenville County, I'm Peyton Furtado, WYFF News 4.
God damn it, I lost it. You see what I'm talking about? It took me that long. You Google toothbrush and there's all these like crazy pictures of toothbrushes. So I had to re-Google and be like toothbrush from front. No, seriously. You Google toothbrush. I will prove it to you. And you get like, you know, all the different toothbrush types and like advertisements. You go to image and like, you know, that is not what I was looking for. Yeah, but did it capture the essence of just a toothbrush straight in front of you like that? That's what she looks like. I needed that specific shot of a toothbrush. That's what the woman looks like. It wasn't that one. In North Carolina, a high-speed chase led to an officer-involved shooting. I guess I should probably hit the content warning.
Pleasant Garden Road in Guilford County. Let's take you now to Christina Dillon with our content partner there in Greensboro, WFNY News 2. Christina, what can you tell us?
Yeah, thanks, Nick. I've been out here for a few hours, and law enforcement vehicles have been lining this street. So what we know is that the NCSBI is now in charge of this shooting, that they are calling an officer-involved shooting. They're leading the investigation. We do know, with confirmation from the SBI, that a trooper shot a woman, and they are giving us some reports on what may have happened, that there may have been a vehicle chase that ensued. We also heard the same thing from an eyewitness. So I can talk to you a little bit about what that eyewitness said. That has been confirmed. Some of it, like the shooting, has been confirmed by the SBI, but they said that they saw a white vehicle which has 3 bullet holes in it from where we can see our vantage point.
Kind of sounded like she said buttholes.
White vehicle turned right onto Highway 421, and it was taking a right off of Pleasant Garden Road. They said that it looked like they were in a high-speed chase with these law enforcement officers. Officers were trailing behind, and eventually that white car pulled off onto the shoulder, and they said that law enforcement officers did surround that car, say drop your weapon, drop your gun, and that eventually they heard shots fired. We did get a photo from that eyewitness that appeared to show 2 law enforcement officers with their guns drawn facing that white vehicle. So the SBI has said there was a trooper-involved shooting. We now have confirmation of that, but still waiting for more details on if there was a chase, what happened. We know that this woman was taken away by emergency services. She's in a hospital. We do not have any update on what her condition may be, but we are continuing to follow this. I hear more from the SBI. They have been active on their social media with updates about this and said as more information comes out, they will be giving updates, but we will continue to follow this. We're here. We've seen some law enforcement agencies kind of pull off the scene. It looks like the car is actually being towed right now. The Guilford County or Greensboro Fire Department is on scene as well now too. So we're going to wait and see the trooper car and the unmarked police vehicle that were in that area next to the white car. They've already taken away, but it does look like that white car is getting towed as we speak. In Greensboro, Christina Dillon, WFMY News.
So this next one is pretty graphic, pretty violent. A couple in Columbus, Ohio was murdered. We're now finding out that it was the woman's ex. Dentistry is involved. There was some sort of malpractice investigation. It's apparently a whole ordeal. Dude disappeared for a little while.
The address that was given to us by the surgery group that he worked for turned out to be a fake address. It was an address that doesn't exist.
So he was sued for malpractice.
In connection with a high.
He looks like the quartering. He looks like Jeremy. He was sued for malpractice and he ghosted the entire process. Now he is arrested for murder.
The address that was given to us by the surgery group that he worked for turned out to be a fake address. It was an address that doesn't exist.
A search for a doctor now accused in connection with a high-profile double murder right here in Columbus. All of it months before police say he shot and killed his ex-wife and her new husband. It's exclusive information we're uncovering tonight. We're talking.
How did he land her to begin with? Mr. Elwood, but who am I to talk?
Shot and killed his ex-wife.
Have I landed any of the women I've ever landed?
Exclusive information we're uncovering.
Personality.
We're talking nearly a dozen failed attempts to serve surgeon Michael McKee with a malpractice lawsuit out of Nevada. Good evening and thanks for joining us tonight at 6. I'm Rodney Dunnigan.
And I'm Isabel Hanson. The attorney who filed that lawsuit says recent attempts led to fake addresses.
I want to rub his head.
State-issued phone numbers and claims that Dr. McKee had just disappeared. Investigator Lisa Rontola joins us live in studio to break down her findings. Lisa?
Well, months before, police say
you see that truck back? That was nice.
He killed his ex-wife and her new husband in their Wineland Park home. He was added to a malpractice lawsuit out of Nevada.
I don't see enough of that out of local news agencies, local news organizations. the truck back with the camera here.
Disappeared. Investigator
To the
Lisa
reporter,
Rogers joins us live in
beautiful,
studio
beautiful.
To break down her
Bravo.
findings. Lisa?
Bravo to the director on that one.
Police say vascular surgeon
floor
Michael
director
McKee
that pulled that
killed
one off.
his ex-wife and her new husband in their Wineland Park home. He was added to a malpractice lawsuit out of Nevada. The lawyer who filed that suit says the normal process to serve Dr. McKee with that suit became very abnormal. In this exclusive interview, Las Vegas lawyer Dan Laird tells me Dr. McKee seemed to have vanished. Months before walking into a Chicago area courtroom this week, arrested for the Columbus murders of his ex-wife and her new husband. How serious can these cases be?
They can be very serious.
Well, a murder case? What? Did a reporter really just be like, how serious can these cases be in terms of a murder case? Or is she talking about the malpractice case?
Lisa? Well, months before, police say vascular surgeon Michael McKee killed his ex-wife and her new husband in their Wineland Park home. He was added to a malpractice lawsuit out of Nevada. The lawyer who filed that suit says the normal process to serve Dr. McKee with that suit became very abnormal. In this exclusive interview, Las Vegas lawyer Dan Laird tells me Dr. McKee seemed to have vanished. Months before walking into a Chicago area courtroom this week, arrested for the Columbus murders of his ex-wife and her new husband. How serious can these cases be?
They can be very serious.
Vascular surgery.
But I mean, it was right after they talked about the murder.
This lawsuit out of Las Vegas, which claims he failed to train a physician's assistant who injured a patient at Las Vegas Surgical Associates LLP in 2023. Las Vegas lawyer Dan Laird filed the case.
Some physicians who are sued for the first time take it very personally and heavily, and it can be devastating.
I shouldn't have read that.
Say how Dr. McKee responded. Since September of last year, McKee was unable to be found. Dr. McKee almost really became a phantom, a ghost, if you will.
That's what it seemed like.
In this declaration of due diligence filed with Nevada's Clark County Court, Laird's process server lists at least 9 times of trying to track down Dr. McKee. He said McKee's address provided by the medical group doesn't exist.
There is no such street, there is no such address.
McKee's phone number listed with the Nevada Medical Board led to a fax tone from a fax machine. In October, Laird's team reached out to the other surgeons listed in the case, McKee's former colleagues, for the vascular surgeon's current contact. What did Dr. Caravella say?
He said he has no idea where Dr. Michael McKee is now, said he just disappeared.
Don't they leave some sort of contact?
So they tend to be highly responsible people. They're not the kind of people who just disappear suddenly. And this was very surprising to us.
With more dead ends on social media like Facebook and LinkedIn, Laird tracked McKee to Rockford, Illinois in November. Repeated phone calls were not answered or returned. He did not know McKee's ex-wife Monique Tepe and her new husband Spencer were shot and killed in their Columbus home in December, and McKee was charged in both murders this month. I told him that this week.
Shocking. If you listed out the people who would likely be to be accused of committing a double homicide, a fully trained vascular surgeon would be at the bottom of my list.
A judge granted the declaration of due diligence in the malpractice case in October. That means McKee can now be served in the malpractice lawsuit with a notice filed in the newspaper. This is only the second time in 12 years. Lawyer Dan Laird tells me he's had to do this. I did try to call the medical group where Dr. McKee worked in Nevada. No one called me back. On your side, I'm investigator Lisa Rantala.
Thank you for watching the ABC 6.
You're welcome for me watching. Why do I feel like the topic of corpse fucking is going to come up again with this one? We're going to go to Pennsylvania, where a man has been charged with robbing graves, selling stolen human remains. Apparently over 100 skeletal remains found on his property.
And tonight we're also learning more about the man who was at the center of this case, a man his friends say was just a normal guy. CBS 21's Maxine Rose continues our team coverage and joins.
Yeah, it seems real normal.
Maxine, what did they tell you?
Alex, today I spoke with a man named Trevor Poole. He spoke with me over video call today from his home in Williamsport, but of course we are outside the home right now where investigators have been searching through for the past couple days here. What we know from Trevor Poole is that he was a former friend of Jonathan Gerlach, and he says he met him through the music scene.
Good people can do bad things.
The more than 550 charges filed against Jonathan Gerlach is not adding up for former friends like Trevor Poole.
My reaction is it seems like something like psychosis of some sort. I just wonder what I guess would say triggered him.
Poole says he met Jonathan Gerlach around 2010 while playing at shows with his band called My Hearts of Fear. Poole says Gerlach also joined a band called Road to Milestone as a lyricist and vocalist, and both of their bands would often play at shows together until around 2018.
John was like one of my closer friends that I would hang out with.
You went off the deep end during COVID?
Chop it up with outside of the shows. It would always just be him and I talking about, our beliefs, and he's a very empathetic guy. Like, he was always a good dude.
For someone in the heavy metal community, having an interest in oddities doesn't exactly come as a shock, Poole says. But Poole also says Gerlach never even mentioned being into it at the time.
Honestly, like he was very to himself. As far as like social media goes, it seemed like he kept it pretty minimal.
His Instagram page confirmed by documents for a search warrant. It says, quote, the 533 accounts and pages Gerlach is following revealed an abundance of accounts referencing skeleton collections, corpses, taxidermy, human skull store, oddities, and bone museums. But another alleged Instagram page of his shows more.
I think it was just kind of, it blended in. I guess my overall take generally is I never, ever would have expected him to do something like this.
And that is just a little bit of what we know so far about Jonathan Gerlach. But of course, we are actively working to find out more about those who may have known him recently, more recently, I should say. And officials have been releasing information every single day. We are staying on top of this, and we'll give you the latest as it comes. Reporting in Lancaster County, I'm Maxine Rose, CBS 21 News.
But a horror movie come to life. That's how detectives describe this Lancaster County home. And just today, authorities removed...
Yeah, that's what I expect him to look like.
A man named Jonathan Gerlach is being charged after more than 100 stolen skeletons were found here. We have team coverage on this story today with CBS 21's Lily Sexton piecing through the search warrant, and Maxine Rose speaking to a former friend who was shedding light on the suspect's past. It's 5:30. I'm Alex Thill. And we're now...
It's 5:30. Do you know where your kids are? Do you know where your skeletal remains are? What was that kid's name that died? Henry Winkler? Oh, it wasn't in Minneapolis. Where was it at? Savage Daycare. Rocking Horse Ranch. Harvey Mucklebust. Harvey Mucklebust. The infant's name was Harvey Mucklebust. Actor Harvey Mucklebust was arrested for diddling kids.
So we're going to start off with that breaking news. Actor Timothy Busfield, famous for The West Wing, 30-something, and a lot of other shows, has now turned himself into authorities amid child sex abuse allegations.
Busfield surrendered to authorities in New Mexico following an arrest warrant issued Friday after 2 children accused him of sexual abuse. KTLA's Gene King
Jigsaw
in the News Center with details. Gene.
Hi, Sandra and John. Famed actor and director Timothy Busfield, who you've seen in some of your favorite shows and movies, is sitting in a New Mexico jail tonight facing sex abuse charges.
Let's look at his mugshot. Hollywood veteran, 68-year-old Timothy Busfield, known for The West Wing and Field of Dreams, turned himself in to Albuquerque police on child sex abuse charges. His attorney says he did it to clear his name. Busfield released this video to TMZ, claiming his innocence.
I'm going to confront these lies. They're horrible. They're all lies. And I did not do anything to those little boys. And I'm going to fight it.
He's facing 2 counts of criminal sexual contact of a minor and 1 count of child abuse. The allegations involve 2 child actors, ages 7 and 8, working on The Cleaning Lady between 2022 and 2024. Busfield was directing in New Mexico when the alleged incidents happened. According to the criminal complaint, 1 child claimed Busfield touched his private areas multiple times. The boy's parents didn't report it until 2 years later. KTLA legal expert Allison Treasel weighs in.
The real question will be, will the testimony of these minor children be enough? Because there is no physical evidence here. There is no other eyewitnesses.
Busfield's attorney says there may have been a revenge motive. The criminal complaint says an actress on set claims the mother vowed revenge after her sons were cut from the show's final season. Warner Brothers investigated, interviewed a dozen people, and found the evidence didn't support the allegations. Our legal expert says
I don't know what to
Mexico is a
think.
no cash bail state, meaning a judge will hold a suspect in jail if they're a danger to the community or a flight risk.
I don't think the court will worry about there being a flight risk. There are alternatives to incarceration, like a stay-away order, electronic monitoring. The interesting question will be what the judge will decide, because New Mexico is not his home state. Will the judge allow Tim Busfield to leave the state to return home?
His wife, Melissa Gilbert, told Us Weekly that her focus is on caring for their large family and supporting her husband. Tonight, the district attorney is deciding whether to file for
Who's Melissa Gilbert?
which would keep Busfield behind bars until trial. Live
Do I know her?
Gene Kang, KTLA 5 News.
I'm thinking of Sarah
All right, Gene,
Gilbert.
thank you.
I don't think I know her. Apparently a couple of kids on a show accused him. Like, I don't want to downplay accusations. I don't know what to think. Was he on Little House? Oh, is that what, was she Nellie? Oh, she was Laura. Oh. Okay, I do know her then. I know fucking Little House. You want to smoke some weed? Let's smoke some weed then. Let me introduce this next story. What are we doing? Oh, let's smoke some weed. This is perfect. Have you guys heard about scromining?
Legalization of marijuana has led to increased use and acceptance of the drug, of course, but it's also causing an increase in an unusual side effect known on social media as scromiting.
Okay, so that is a combination of the words screaming and vomiting. Dr. Frank McGeorge is here to explain why this happens and how it can be managed. And Frank, the word itself sounds disgusting, and it is pretty unpleasant.
Yeah, you know, the patients I've seen have all been definitely unhappy. The medical term for scromiting is actually cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome, or CHS, and it has been on the rise since broader legalization. Now, it causes severe repeated, or what we call cyclical vomiting. Now, fortunately, it's not the most common side effect, but if you use cannabis, you should be aware of it.
We don't really understand the mechanism.
If you use cannabis, you should be aware of it.
Emerges. We don't really understand why it causes the cyclic nausea and vomiting and abdominal pain.
Dr. Joshua Smith is an addiction medicine specialist at Henry Ford Health Maple Grove Clinic. He points out our bodies have a natural system that uses cannabinoids, and the syndrome may be linked.
It probably has something to do with overwhelming that natural system, just getting to a point where maybe a little bit was great, but a lot is just too much and it causes these symptoms. One of the most unusual features of it being that the symptoms are often somewhat relieved by the use of hot showers or hot baths, which when we hear people say that, it's usually a tip-off to the diagnosis. It's interesting that the same medication, the same drug that we know
light one up, dip one back,
helps with pain in high amounts, in high concentrations, can actually paradoxically cause those things to get much worse. With cannabis hyperemesis syndrome, there are some symptomatic treatments that we can use to try to help in the emergency room. And honestly, a lot of those are really not even that helpful because the syndrome can be so severe. But there's really only one cure for it, which is to stop using marijuana or cannabis products. That is the only cure.
There's only one cure for it.
Now, in the past,
stop smoking dope.
The number of cases
potheads.
Of hyperemesis syndrome because it wasn't well recognized.
Well, I will tell you that the CEO of High Times, who might be a little biased, says it is all propaganda from the big alcohol companies.
Yeah, that's big alcohol going nuts on us. That all really kicked in once those beverages hit, Trent.
Yep.
Cannabis beverages are soaring, and they're doing.
He's right. Those cannabis beverages are taking the fuck off, and alcohol companies are worried about it, so they're putting out scromiting fucking bullshit.
Everything they can to stop it. Sure, there's some other big money in there. I'm sure there's big farmers in there. Even some of the big cannabis companies will be in there because they want it all to be regulated.
Big pharma's in there. Yep.
But big alcohol is our biggest foe right now that we know of. And it's just about money, nothing else. It's Trent, imagine this. Big alcohol's out there telling people that weed's going to make you puke. Alcohol saying another product might make 0.3% of people possibly puke if they smoke too much of it. Like, dude, I have puked so many times from drinking. And it's like, oh, but no, but with weed, you might scrom it. I have scromited, bro, by drinking too freaking much and then try to eat my way out of it, which don't work. There's more stuff coming out. So yeah, no. Alcohol saying that weed might make you puke is beyond ridiculous, man. That's just ludicrous. I understand what they're doing. And the sad thing is, I'll bet with a certain subset of people, it's working. And that's the sad part. But we fight back against it with High Times, just by sharing knowledge and actual truth. That's all we can do. Yep, I got some new, even better papers coming out. You got to keep leveling, And with High Times, the most important thing for us is to stand up for the truth of the plant and what it does for our community.
Yeah, this dude is awesome.
Is really what the most important thing. And the truth ain't about scromiting. Sorry, big alcohol. You got to shut the up. But seriously, sorry, I didn't mean to curse. But they got to shut up. They got to cut that stuff out, man.
You can cuss with TMZ, can't you?
Let's compete fairly.
Yeah, they'll just believe it.
Let them buy the weed, man.
Let them buy the weed.
Weed game.
Yes.
You're concerned about it. Make your own beverages. Compete with those guys. You'll do better anyway. But stop trying to hold the rest of us back.
We have been covering this story for like the last month and a half. It has been an ongoing ordeal. Apparently, he has now been evicted from his home.
A month under an Altadena home, a California black bear is packing its bags and looking for a new place. Good afternoon. This is the KTLA 5 News at 1.
Bear eviction.
And I'm Lou Parker. That 500 and
Moo Parker? Oh, Lou. I thought she said Moo Parker. It's Lou Parker. It is a chonker of a bear.
Now at 1, after more than a month under an Altadena home, a California black bear is packing its bags and looking for a new place. Good afternoon. This is the KTLA
you've been real skinny.
I'm Glenn Walker.
And I'm Lou Parker. That 550
But he had to turn off the gas to his house and shit.
Out the door,
I understand.
much to the relief of one happy Altadena resident.
KTLA 5's Jillian Smuckler joining us live now with exclusive details on how that bear was finally convinced to seek greener pastures.
Yeah, how did they get him out? They've been trying for a while.
Hi, Glenn and Lou. Yeah, we've been following this case. It is a case. I mean, there's been so many different agencies involved. This has been happening for over a month.
The case of the curious bear.
That 550 black bear, just, you know, under the house, living its best life. But not for Ken Johnson. It's been a struggle for him. We've showed you all the different ways he tried to get it out. The state even came and tried to get it out several times and were unsuccessful. But I can happily report we were waiting for the state to come for a while now.
Bears don't pay rent.
No longer under the house. So here to explain what happened to the bear, why did it finally leave? Ken Johnson.
He was causing the issue.
This is like your late Christmas gift, isn't it?
It is. It's good news.
Oh, he's so relieved.
First and foremost.
Yeah, because it was like around Thanksgiving.
More banging
that the bear moved in.
Smelling him and wondering what's going on under there.
I mean, it was over a month of him living under there. It's not like it was a short time. Tell the viewers, I know everyone's probably itching to know, how did you finally get him out of here?
Yeah, how did you get him out of here?
An organization called the Bear League from Lake Tahoe that contacted me and said, we can get the bear out for you. And it won't cost you anything. So they flew down here and they got him out.
The Bear League.
How did they get him out exactly?
Well, it was sort of the same methods that Fish and Wildlife used. They used paintball guns and just got him irritated until he wanted to come out.
Now, it's baffling to me.
They shot him with paintball guns until he
came and they did their
got the fuck out.
Here for a while, they weren't able to do it, and then of course they were told by the top dogs in Sacramento to pull away and end that. But this time, these guys came in here, and by the time they went in the crawl space, they were in and out of here, and so was the bear in 10 minutes. What did you? I mean, what were your
hold on, there's a sequel to this.
And watching that bear finally leave.
Yeah.
Oh God, they're shooting him from that side.
It seemed like Fish and Wildlife was here for about an hour and a half, and then couldn't.
I mean, fucking a paintball is probably not going to hurt.
These guys went in.
It's just going to irritate him.
And boom, he was out. I couldn't even get video of it.
Were you relieved? Were you nervous about where's the bear going?
Stop resisting.
What's looking like?
No, silent. There were two bears.
He was struggling. I could see my gas.
They got one of them out.
It was like I forgot how big he was, and just coming out this mass. And
this was the second bear. They finally got the second bear out. They got first bear out. Now he gets to put something
he's
up.
He's massive and he's destructive and he's big and he can run.
And so for anyone who doesn't know, the Bear League is a nonprofit and they specialize in this all the time. They're from Lake Tahoe. They flew down here. And basically what they do, their job is to educate the public, teach them how to coexist with the bears, because their main goal is to prevent these bears.
Okay, you guys are not going to know
by,
someone what to do with yourselves after I hit you with the sequel to this.
Did. For anyone who's upset about it or worried about the bear, what can you tell them about the process, how they went about it?
A second bear has been found under a home in Altadena. We have a whole other bear.
Forcibly evicted from underneath an Altadena man's home. Another family half a mile away is dealing with the very same problem tonight. But is it the same bear? That's what
half a mile away.
Textillion,
welcome in.
What have we learned, Ed?
Marla, we don't know the answer to that yet, if it's the same bear or not, because you have neighbors saying, well, maybe it's a bear and a couple of cubs that's involved in this new takeover of a crawl space under a home, maybe about a half a mile away or so from that first.
Half a mile from the first
last
one.
Week, running since Thanksgiving, but last week they finally got that huge bear to get out of that crawl space. You remember that, right? Good. Watch it then.
Watch it then.
Go that way. Go, go, go. Go, go. He's out. He's out. No. He's out, and now less than a week later, he or another bear is back. Same neighborhood, but a different house this time.
There's another bear and a mother bear and the two baby bears that live next door to us. The family has been out since the fire, and they have taken up residence there. We've had, people see them walking around the street.
Good morning,
Ready?
Neighbors have video of what could be the bear wandering around near the home where this latest bear has been spotted sleeping in a crawl space under the home.
They'll just go by. I'm not at all afraid of the bears.
They're big.
There's a hell of a bear cave.
But I just don't, they don't bother me as much.
All this just days after the eviction of this black bear, a good 500-pounder who spent weeks living under her home, hardly able to squeeze through that small crawl space. And now reports of it happening yet again, another home about a half-mile away this time, with a bear living in its crawl space.
And I know they try to go into like basements or just find food.
This is
Maybe
insane.
they're trying to hibernate, don't know. But for the most part, it doesn't bother me. The coyotes are what get
So
you've been seeing a lot of.
We've been checking in with the
every day.
protests in Minneapolis.
At this,
Twitch people, I'm going to send you over to Mercado Media.
But since last
they're at the protest outside of the hotel that ICE is staying at.
Place to go since the fire, so they take refuge in the houses around here.
I might be on later, probably playing video games.
And now live, we know that the State Department of Fish and Wildlife investigating all of this, and Marla, everybody's asking.
YouTube people, podcast people.
There's cubs
Light
involved.
one up,
It's
tip
not,
one
but
back. It's all right to have a little fun. We're hitting sack. I'm JustinFREAKIN.
Last week, no, that one.
I'll see you tomorrow night, maybe later tonight. Who knows?
Catch up with this bear. If it doesn't have a tag, then we know it's